and not questions other than points of order or procedural motions. All right, Mr. Moderator, I turn it over to you.
It is 7:30 and a quorum being present. This town meeting is called to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. And now we left off, we are about to take up Article 6. There's an echo here. Is that, oh, I think it's all solved. Okay, Article 6, Ms. Herrick moves that we lay the substance of Article 6 on the table, and we have a second. Before I take a vote, does Mr. LeLacheur want to quickly tell us why we are tabling this?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. There are no unpaid bills, so there's no need for business on this article.
Thank you. I'm going to try this one just as a show of hands. If you are in favor of laying this on the table, please raise your hand. Okay. Has the town clerk got the number?
Yes, Mr. Moderator, I do.
Okay, if we can lower those. Okay. And still have 3 up there. Okay, and those opposed? Okay, not appearing.
We have one, Mr. Moderator, we had one.
Oh, there was one, I'm sorry. Okay, so the final vote?
Do we have anything from the PAC?
We have 0 yes, 0 no. We have now.
Okay, so it's 110 yes and 1 no.
110 yes and 1 no. Okay, so substance of Article 6 is laid on the table. We will move to Article 7. We have a presentation by Ms. Angstrom. Ms. Angstrom?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay. So this article is to approve the transfer of the OPEB contributions that were approved as part of the fiscal 21 budget to the OPEB Irrevocable Trust. This would include the original appropriations that were approved back in June and the additional appropriations that were approved on Thursday under Article 5. Just to give you a little background on what happened under Article 5. Each year, the PEC, or the Public Employee Commission, meets with the town manager to negotiate a health insurance agreement. Over the last couple of years, we've discussed adding a high deductible insurance plan. With that, the PEC negotiated that the town budget and set aside funds to defray some of the additional costs to the employee if we should select a high deductible plan. Due to the pandemic and lower than expected increases in our current rates for our current plan, we did not select a high deductible plan. And the PEC agreed to release the funds that we had set aside for the high deductible plan. And they requested that we utilize those funds to fund OPEB. I don't know if you recall, but back in June, when we revisited the budget, the fiscal 21 budget was revisited, and fiscal 22, to consider some of the projected revenues that could be affected by the pandemic. As a result, we had cut back the budget that we originally had put together. And so OPEB got reduced down to 192,000 across all of the funds. And so by doing this, this additional funding through the PEC's request, what we end up funding is more typical, a typical funding level for OPEB. The other question that was discussed on Thursday was to address where we are with OPEB funding. And we have an unfunded liability for OPEB about $67 million. About $58 million of that is the general fund. Currently, the general fund is not able to fund its annual required contribution to fully fund this liability within 30 years. We're about $1.5 to $2 million short each year. So we're only about 8.23% funded at this time. Whereas water, sewer, and stormwater, their liability is much smaller. About $9 million of our liability is the water, sewer, storm, and RMLD. And they're able to fully fund their annual required contribution. They should be fully funded by 2030. We will probably redirect funds in the general fund in 2029 when our pension is fully funded. And that will probably allow us enough additional funds to be able to fully fund our annual required contribution, but currently we're unable to. So what you see on the slide is in red because it differs from what you see in your warrant book, because this agreement with the PEC did not happen until after your warrant book had been printed. So the transfers by fund are listed on the slide, and over to the right, you'll see what the original appropriation would have been had that not happened, and what the additional appropriation is under Article 5. There was about $800,000 to be allocated, and I allocated that based on percentage of membership in the health insurance program per fund. And so the total of the transfer is $903,700.
Are you all set? Or do you have?
Yep.
Oh, great. Do we have a FinCom report? Mr. Ross?
Go ahead, Mr. Ross.
Thanks, Jane. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. At our meeting on March 17th, FinCom voted 8-0 to recommend the original amount to town meeting. Then on our April 22nd meeting, we voted also 8-0 to recommend this article to town meeting. Again, echoing Sharon's comments about the fiscal importance of of funding OPEB and the priorities henceforth. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on this, on the motion?
Mr. Moderator, we have a hand up in the pack, Mr. Lerlesher. I'm in the panelist. Yep.
Oh, Mr. Lerlesher, yep.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I have motions that I can share on the screen. If anyone is interested, just ask.
Further discussion?
Would you like me to stop sharing the screen?
I think that's fine. Leave it. Yeah.
Ms. O'Neill.
Ms. O'Neill.
Thank you, Mary Ellen O'Neill, Precinct 4. Did you hear my name? Because I saw that I was muted temporarily.
Yeah.
No, you're good.
Okay, thank you. What risk, are we at any risk for not being more aggressive funding these, this particular trust fund?
Ms. Angstrom.
Currently, OPEB funding is not mandated. The pension is mandated to be funded. So we're ahead of the game in terms of starting funding this. We've been funding it for 9 or 10 years, I believe. So we're not mandated. There's no penalty for not doing it, but we're trying to get on top of a very large liability that sits right on our balance sheet for all to see.
Thank you.
Is there further discussion?
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Go ahead and unmute Mr. Brown.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, on the previous question, Alan, should that not be indefinitely postponed instead of staying on the table?
The reason the town manager asked that we table it is just in the off chance that we find an unpaid bill between now and when we adjourn sine die.
Okay.
Okay.
He knows what he's talking about, I think.
Yep. Okay, further discussion?
Mr. Sasso.
Mr. Sasso.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Sasso, Precinct 2. Just 2 quick questions. First, related to the funding on the pensions. So the comment was that the intent potentially is when those get fully funded, we would be able to bring money over and start adding to the OPEB funds. I apologize, I don't recall hearing it, but if I did, what is the schedule for that? Is that getting to a point, is that a 30-year funding schedule, and where are we in that cycle?
Ms. Engstrom?
Yes, so the pension should be fully funded by 2029. So we're getting close and hopefully it doesn't get pushed out. Obviously, we have valuations for both pension and OPEB every 2 years. If you lose money on your investments, sometimes things can get pushed out. Sometimes if some of the assumptions are not correct, things can get pushed out. If they update some of your assumptions, that can make your liability look higher. So we're hoping to stay on track for 2029, at which point we're hoping to redirect some funding towards OPEB.
Well, thank you. And just a quick follow-up, and I had asked this earlier in the meeting, but I think this may be more appropriate. So there was some emergency pension plan relief in the last rescue plan at the federal level. And I know there's a lot of questions about what that money is supposed to go for, but I didn't know if, again, there was some tailored money or some structured money that might come down to actually help accelerate the pension side of the funding that we might be eligible for.
Ms. Engstrom?
I'm not familiar with any funding that's going to help us with our pension funding. I mean, I'd be interested to find out if we do have something, but I have not heard anything of the sort.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion?
Yes. Mr. Beckwith.
Mr. Beckwith.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jeff Beckwith, Precinct 6. I just wanted to say that ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act, has a specific provision that disallows any use of those federal funds for pension-related costs.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Seeing none, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, seeing none, we were now ready for the vote. Could we have a poll put up? You will be voting on the motion under Article 7. And the poll is up. And could we get the vote in the pack, Mr. Crook?
We have 1 yes, 0 no.
Mr. Moderator, I'm ending the poll.
Okay,
And the total number of votes is 162 yes and 1 no.
the vote being 162 in the affirmative and 1 in the negative, the motion carries. Business under Article 9, Ms. Engstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Just a point, we just in case you had missed it, we handled Article 8 earlier in this meeting. Sorry
Yep.
about that. Ms. Engstrom, go ahead.
This article has two intents. The first is to amend the general bylaw that set up the inspections revolving fund. That bylaw is showing on the slide. Anything that's stricken would be taken out. Anything in bold we're looking to add. Essentially, we're just looking to add some of these new larger projects to the inspections revolving fund. This would allow us to put the fees collected on these projects into the revolving fund and use those funds to monitor these projects up to the annual spending limit. The second purpose is to approve the annual spending limits on the revolving funds that fall under Section 53E.5 of Chapter 44. They're listed on the slide along with their annual spending limits. They're the same revolving funds we approve every year, and the annual spending limits are unchanged from the prior year.
Okay, are you all set?
Yep.
Okay, do we have a FinCom report? Mr. Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. At our March 17th, 2021 meeting, FinCom voted 8-0 to recommend this article to town meeting.
Thank you. Is there further discussion?
Mr. Grant?
Mr. Grant.
Hi there, Tom Grant, Precinct 4. I'm so sorry if this was addressed and I missed it. but the balance on the inspections revolving funds looks very high. And I just wanted to make sure I understood what the purpose of that balance was for and how it's going to get used.
Ms. Angstrom?
So all of the fees related to our larger projects that are approved to be part of the inspections revolving fund go in there. And then we utilize the funds to monitor the projects and up to an annual spending limit. So the 250,000 is the most that we could spend without coming back to town meeting and asking for additional approval. So that $250,000 could be used for consulting fees. It could be cost of staff doing what they need to do to monitor the project, because we do have some support to the general fund related to the monitoring that happens here.
Thank you for that explanation. So I'm sorry again if I missed this. Am I right to think that the balance in the inspections is basically 3 years worth of spending?
Yes, I would say that's true.
So maybe just help me understand why it's so high, and if it is going to get spent down. Is there like a big plan that we need such a high balance in there for?
We do use quite a bit of the funding each year we use a lot of that 250,000. I want to say, I have to look at the budget again, but I want to say it's somewhere in that 190,000 to support the general fund for all of the people that are involved in monitoring those projects. So I think it's because we have a lot going on, a lot of projects going on that have been ongoing, that balance looks high, but it ends up being a good fund to have when something is very expensive for us to monitor if we do need consulting to come out and help us.
And so this is just a hypothetical, but just say we were to not fund this for a year, we would still have that balance, right? But just drawn by as much as 250,000. Would that somehow cause a problem for us as a town in terms of future projects that need to get monitored?
So the projects that have already been approved, those fees automatically go into this fund because they've already been approved. The only ones that you could say no to at this point are the ones that are in bold that we're looking to add. But I mean, essentially, we're looking to put this in this fund so that we're able to monitor these projects without coming back to town meeting and asking for funding as things come up.
Mr. Moderator, Mr. LeLacheur has his hand raised to contribute to this question.
Mr. LeLacheur.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Tom, you'll notice also the phrase public services planning and general management. Part of the use annually of these funds, as once described by a prior Board of Selectmen, was to pay for the economic development effort and staff. So they were instructed to feed themselves, and that's what they're doing. So a good chunk of the 200,000 every year is to get more tax revenues commercially, and that's the stated purpose of this fund, to help do that. In addition to all the things the town accountant mentioned about paying actual costs directly related to projects.
All right, thank you both very much for those explanations. I do wonder if perhaps the balance is too high, but given that FinCom signed off on it and they know more than I do, I'm sure it's fine.
Further discussion?
Vicky Fortin.
Ms. Fortin.
Vicky Fortin, Precinct 2. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so still relatively new at this. I'm just a little curious. If we didn't approve these particular new projects to go into this fund, where would the fees that we're collecting from them go? Is, I guess, the real curiosity I have.
Ms. Angstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. If you did not approve the new projects going into this revolving fund, the revenues would go into the general fund, just like any other revenue. The reason they're going in here is so that we don't have to ask for additional appropriation to do what we need to do to monitor.
Oh, I understand that, and I appreciate the fact that they should probably all be in the same place. I was just curious. Thank
If
you.
we go to the general fund, everything is general fund revenue unless it's coming in from a grant, or unless it's stated in some legislation, it goes somewhere else. Most everything is going to go into the general fund.
All right, thank you.
Further discussion?
Mr. Mon.
Mr. Mon.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jamie Mon, Precinct 4, and I thought I understood this for years, and now I'm confused. It was my understanding that the money into these revolving funds was paid by applicants or developers or somebody that submitted for approval from the town, and that money was then used to monitor their particular project. And I thought that if all the money they contributed was not used to monitor that project, it could be refunded. Now I don't think that's the case. Can you help me understand, or first confirm or clarify if those monies are contributed by applicants? And second, if the money isn't used on their project, it can be returned.
Mr. LaLaSure.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'll start answering the question, Jamie. What you described is typically how conservation, for instance, would work, that there's a fee assessed, work done, and then a balance returned. For this one here, all the permits that are pulled by the applicant, are fixed price based on our schedules. The bigger the project, the bigger the fee. The fee then in total goes into this revolving fund to the extent the project is listed in the revolving fund. And then the fees, if you will, are paid out for various purposes. For instance, in the town's budget, if not amended at a town meeting, if the original budget has said to use $250,000 to offset wages and expenses, but only uses $50,000, let's say $100,000 to offset wages and expenses, then the difference, $150,000, would be returned to the general fund. But no funds would ever go back to the applicant because it's based on a fee schedule, not based on possible work that might be done, if that answers your question, Jamie.
It does. It helps very much. But if that balance of $790,000 for inspections is not used at some point in time, it would go back into the general fund. Is that correct?
That's correct. And my recollection is the highest balance was about $1.1 million. So, right now it's very busy. I'm sure permit funds will flow in over the near term to some degree. But it's really difficult to sort of peg economic development work and permit work. And again, this is only the large projects. If you look at that list, there's only a couple of them, 3 or 4 that are currently active. Most of them are historic. So yeah, it is somewhat of a guessing game as to, the timing of projects and the timing of the fees that would be associated with them.
Hey, thank you very much. I'm always happy to learn more about how the town operates.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Seeing none, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, are we ready for the vote? Can I have a poll put up? You'll be voting on the motion under Article 9. And the vote at the PAC?
1 yes, 0 no.
Mr. Moderator, I am ending the poll.
Okay.
And we have 167 to 3.
The vote being 167 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative, the motion carries. Business under Article 10, Ms. Delios.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Article 10 is before you tonight because this is an annual allocation plan that comes at annual town meeting. It's per Chapter 140 of the Acts of 2001. This fund is a resource that can be used to produce new or preserve existing affordable housing. Interesting to note that the town of Reading has an approved housing production plan and is recognized by the state as being in compliance with the requirements of Mass General Law, Chapter 40B, and is now at 10.48%. As I think most people know, the state requires communities to be at 10%. So we have met and exceeded that requirement. Also, per a more recent payment into the fund, the current unrestricted balance is $422,297.05. That was from the Artist Senior Living payment, which was a payment in lieu of affordable units that was agreed to several years ago. So that is why the balance is slightly higher, along with some additional interest. The funds can be used for a 5% max up to $10,000 for administration, to be used to create new affordable housing, that's developing units through loans or grants, to preserve existing affordable housing, maintaining and improving affordable housing that currently exists, and converting units to affordable housing, purchasing housing and adding it or maintaining it to the subsidized housing inventory. Thank you.
FinCom report, Mr. Ross.
Go ahead, Mr. Ross.
Thanks, Jane. Thanks, you, Mr. Moderator. At our March 17th meeting, 2021, the Finance Committee voted 8-0 to recommend this article to town meeting.
Thank you. Is there further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Moderator, we have Ms. O'Neill.
Ms. O'Neill.
Thank you, Mary Ellen O'Neill, Precinct 4. It distresses me that we accept money, I don't know how much over the years that we've had this, to in lieu of an actual affordable place, apartment, or whatever they call it, but we don't spend any of this money. I'm not looking to spend it down, but I am looking to see what we could do. Kind of the spirit of the thing is to actually have these affordable units. So do we have any plans to create something additional with at least some of this money? It's been years since we've spent and only done it once anyway. Thank you.
Ms. Delios?
Yes, we do have in the housing production plan, there is discussion of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and some ideas for how we could use that trust fund. This is not something that, it's a more complicated arrangement of how the money gets spent. It is a requirement that there's a combined vote of the Housing Authority and the Select Board. So we had looked at some different models. This is an older model for Affordable Housing Trust Fund. We had presented some ideas for updating this model and doing it a little bit differently, but that was just discussion. But it is a combined vote of the Select Board and the Housing Authority Board, the way this is crafted under the Mass General Law.
You all set? Okay, further discussion?
Yes, we have Mr. Arena.
Mr. Arena.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Arena, Precinct 1. Hi, Jean. Good evening. Question on the flows into the account. I take it that most of the flows are payments in lieu rather than the CPDC content. Do you have a sense, just to set my expectations, the degree to which CPDC contributions have contributed to that balance?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think those were in the early days that we saw CPDC contributions. And I think in the more recent past, certainly this one project, the Artist Senior Living, has been a major contributor into the fund. There's one more payment, and that will be next February. And then that will that's in the amount of $35,000. And then that will end the inflow from Artist Senior Living. But to your point, CPDC has not contributed to this fund in many, many years.
And to your point about there being multiple authorities that needed to agree on expenditures, is the source of suggestions also those same committees or groups, or can a suggestion kind of originate with any body in the town?
So the plan that you have before you is basically an outline of what would be intended for fiscal year 2022. It's broad and it's general. So it does allow for some flexibility, but I think ultimately the decision makers will be those two boards.
Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Finch.
Mr. Finch.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Will Finch, Precinct 8. Every time this article comes up, I think, why don't we have the Community Preservation Act? This article seems to be the same every time and really doesn't accomplish very much, whereas the Preservation Act, we could get the state funds to aid us in our affordable housing trust funds and housing for veterans and funds to help rebuild the library, all kinds of things that the town is just losing out on. So I intend to vote against this article. Thank you.
Mr. LaLaSure.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. To further answer Mr. Arena's question, only town meeting has the authority to change this article. So any path that gets an article to town meeting could do that. The presentations made before really were along the lines of both simplification and to emphasize, as one of the speakers said, inflow into the fund. So it's a low balance fund. There's not much you can do with $400,000 in the affordable housing field these days. So it was to create a fund under state law, which didn't exist when Reading started this trust fund. And such a fund under state law would have its independent board of directors, would not be a combination of the Reading Housing Authority and the Select Board. But its only town meeting has the authority to make that change. Thank you.
Further discussion?
It's Mary Ellen O'Neill.
Ms. O'Neill.
Sorry, excuse me. I tried to lower my hand before you called on me. Thank you.
Oh, no problem.
Okay. Mr. Mon.
Mr. Mon? You look like you are muted.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Jamie Mon, Precinct 4. As I understand it, we are voting to approve a trust fund allocation plan, and that plan is those two bullets at the bottom of the slide that we're looking at from page 16. So my question is, and it's just a question, if that plan is to potentially purchase existing housing stock as per the end of the last bullet, the town then I guess would own that housing stock. What would we do with it? Would we rent it out? Would we give it away? What would be the fate of any purchase we made with this fund?
Mr. LaLaSure.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Mon, that's certainly one path that could take, although again, with $400,000, it doesn't go too far. The other path, which is more practical with that amount, is we've subsidized developers in order to encourage them to add affordable housing stock. So the project down on Haven Street, for instance, received $200,000 of, if you will, seed money when they came into town in order to encourage them, and they agreed to produce more affordable housing. So that's the practical use of the kind of balance we have. And the other practical use of the fund that we have now is it will be able to take one more payment from that place, the memory care unit, which I may need their services of soon, up on Main Street. I think there's another $35,000 payment coming in for artists. So that's right now, that's the practical point of these funds, are to receive those payments. That's the last one. And then possibly to expend to encourage affordable housing. But we're not in a position that we could go out and buy units. If we did, we'd have to work with Reading Housing Authority, because I'm sure they would end up with the units.
Thank you. That answers my question, but it raises another one. I'm familiar with that grant we made for the Haven Street development. Would a similar grant be allowable under this plan? I don't see anything in this motion, in this article, that would allow us to give a grant to a developer. Am I missing something?
Mr. LaLachair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Under that second bullet, Jamie, remainder means everything except that first bullet. So in theory, the majority of the 400,000 could be used for another purpose. And that's that joint vote of the Reading Housing Authority and the Select Board together acting as one authority.
Right, but I just don't see anything in the words in that second bullet that would allow a grant to a developer.
Well, remainder for construction, for constructing affordable housing. It doesn't say who would do that.
Okay, I see.
A
Thank you.
developer would be fine.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Doxer.
Go ahead, Mr. Doxer.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mark Doxer, Precinct 1. I just wanted to address the comments from both Mr. Mon and Ms. O'Neill, and also Jean's comments. Jean, if I understand correctly, we're at 10.48% now on affordable housing stock, but once the new census is completed and is, I guess, reconsidered, we may not be over 10%. And one of the things that could happen at that point is to use funds like this as an example to encourage certain developers and different properties to get us back up to the 10% or higher. Am I kind of reading that correctly, Jean?
Ms. Delios?
Yeah, yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. This is a very complex topic. To talk about how the town will maintain its status as meeting and exceeding the requirement for 10% subsidized housing inventory is complicated. I could walk you through a very detailed presentation of where we are in our subsidized housing inventory, but I'm not sure that that's what we're here to talk about tonight. Suffice to say, it is a moving target. There are lots of factors at play. Staff has spent a lot of time talking to the various entities about how they do the count. And we have a few challenges out there for some of the data. But nonetheless, we are actively pursuing affordable housing, and we are promoting it through the 40R zoning with more projects coming in. So we hope that we can continue to either make progress or at least not fall behind.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further hands, we are now ready for the vote. Could we have a poll put up? And you'll be voting on the motion under Article 10. And can we have the vote from the pack?
Yes, 1 yes, 0 no.
Ending the poll, Mr. Moderator.
All right.
And it's 164 to 7.
The vote being 164 in the affirmative, 7 in the negative, the motion carries. Business under Article 11, Mr. Santinello.
Good evening. Article 11. This article to people who receive a statutory exemption and whose properties may be in a trust. Under current state law, to receive a statutory exemption, must be a trustee and beneficiary type of trust that owns the property. This exemption allows us to grant an exemption to veterans where we can establish, if they are not both a trustee and a beneficiary, that the trust is in fact for their fiduciary benefit. This was recommended in consultation with our town veteran agent, Kevin Bomeiler, and we put it forth for adoption.
Thank you. Is Mr. Miller speaking as well?
Yes, I just like to thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just like to comment that these two articles we'll be looking at will continue Reading's support of local veterans, and will have meaningful impact for the few that might be eligible. So it is helpful for the few that would be receiving this benefit.
Thank you. Is there further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Moderator, Jeffrey Struble. Jeffrey Struble.
Mr. Struble.
I'm going to give you a bylaw committee report.
Excuse me, I should have called on you. Yes, Mr. Bylaw Committee report.
Yes, at our meeting on March 10th, the bylaw committee voted to recommend the content of this article to town meeting by a vote of 4-0.
4-0. Thank you very much. Further discussion?
Mr. Moderator, we have a report from Mr. Ross.
Mr. Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. On our meeting on March 17th, 2021, the Finance Committee voted 8-0 to recommend this article to town meeting. Again, echoing Mr. Bomeiler and Mr. Centinello's comments. The supporting of local veterans, is, of utmost importance, for the town, and led to the unanimous vote.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Nancy Doctor.
Ms. Doctor.
Nancy Doctor, Precinct 1. Just a question, is this something that any eligible veteran is notified by the town, or is this put in as a advertisement for veterans that may not have been identified by the town? I'm just wondering how do people then realize that this is available to them? Thank you.
If you don't mind here. Veterans exemption for veterans that have a service disability and various levels of disability, typically through the VA. And I'm sure that Kevin, with his contacts, can get the word out. In my 27 years of being attacked, I've only come up against this once in Reading about 6 years ago, where a woman and her husband, first they got the exemption, then they put the property in a trust and they didn't qualify. Then the veteran passed and the wife had to change the trust to qualify for her husband's benefit. So this changes like this be widely advertised through the particularly disabled veterans through both the VA and our own Kevin Bomeiler.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Ms. Craven? Ms. Craven, yeah. Ms. Craven, I think you are muted.
Go ahead, Ms. Craven. I muted you at the same time. Yeah, there we go. Sorry.
Still looks muted.
Yep.
How are we doing now?
There you go.
Okay. Just on the top line, should it say that is not a life estate instead of that is no a life estate?
That looks correct to me. Yes, I think we will accept that as part of the original main motion. I think that's just a typo. Thank you very much. Further discussion?
Seeing none, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, not appearing, we will move to the vote. And could I have a poll put up? And you'll be voting on the motion under Article 11. And can I have the vote from the pack?
1 yes, 0 no.
Ending the poll, Mr. Moderator. And it's 174 to 1.
174 to 1. Okay, the vote being, hold on just one second. I have a clarification here, just one second. Yes, yeah, just to be clear, the motion is what is in your motion package. That was just, that was not the motion on the screen, but the vote being 174 in the affirmative and 1 in the negative, the motion carries. Business under Article 12, Mr. Santinello.
Article 12, once again, to veterans. In this case, it would enable the town of Reading to grant a 100% real estate exemption to Gold Star families which may reside in the community. Again, in consultation with Kevin Bowmiller, a veteran service agent, we are unaware of any current Gold Star families living in Reading, but that doesn't necessarily mean we should circumstances change in the future.
Okay, Mr. Bowmiller, do you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The last known Gold Star parent was back in 1987 when a sailor died on the USS Stark. We're very fortunate that we haven't had anything since then, and we hope it continues.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. A bylaw report, Mr. Struble.
Go ahead,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Struble.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The bylaw committee voted 4-0 to recommend the content of this article to town meeting at our meeting on March 10th.
Thank you very much. FinCom report, Mr. Ross.
Go ahead, Mr. Ross.
Thanks, Jane. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. At our March 17th, 2021 meeting, the Finance Committee voted 8-0 to recommend this article to town meeting.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Mr. Arena.
Mr. Arena.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Hi, Kevin. Could you clarify I know the obvious example of a Gold Star family, but does it apply to military staff who are killed in other than war conditions, you know, an accident on base or something of that sort?
Mr. Bowmiller?
Let's see. Approximate cause of the death or are missing in action with a presumptive finding of death as a result of active duty service as members of the Armed Forces of the United States, provided that their real estate shall be occupied by the surviving parents or guardians. I believe it is a combat-related loss.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Further discussion?
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Hi there. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. It's Tom Grant, Precinct 4. I'm just curious what the impetus was before this motion. Is there some sort of similar law, for lack of a better word, that already exists on the books? Is it similar to other towns around us? Just trying to understand the genesis of this, given that there are no known Gold Star families in town right now.
If you don't mind, Victor Santinello here. A couple of years ago, changes were made to particular affecting veterans and giving towns local options as to what the assessor in Wakefield, and over there we have a regional veteran service agency, I think up to 4 communities. Their requests, these were easily adopted in those communities, as well as my other community, Wakefield, at our fall town meeting. It was just a way to be prepared. Again, there would be no time lost while we put this up have to wait for a town meeting to adopt. So it, again, consensus measure that was recommended and approved in several surrounding communities, including Wakefield. And here we are in Reading.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Any further discussion? None
Seeing
appearing.
none.
Seeing none, we will move to vote on the motion. Can I have a poll put up, and you'll be voting on the motion under Article 12. And could we have a vote in the pack?
1 yes, 0 no.
Mr. Moderator, ending the poll, and it's 165 to 5.
Vote being 165 in the affirmative, 5 in the negative, the motion carries. Business under Article 13, Mr. LaLaShure.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, town meeting members. A couple of nights ago, as we discussed Articles C99, D99, capital and debt, some of this discussion happened, so I'll just kind of hit the high spots. Last fall, the Finance Committee wanted to spend a little bit more of our free cash on capital projects, possibly financed by debt. So 2 of the projects that came forward are going to be covered under Articles 13 and 14. Article 13 is requesting a debt authorization for the high school turf and track, both at Stadium 1, the high school stadium. As I'm sure many of you recall, also by FinCom request, Turf 2 was replaced over a year ago and has not yet really had much work. The other project, which will follow in Article 14, was a new roof on Parker, and there's a new roof needed for Coolidge and Parker. Coolidge is a little more expensive, but Parker was deemed to be a little bit more urgent. So Articles 13 and 14, these are the highest priorities of the school department for capital that was not yet spoken for in the capital plan. If I can share my screen, let's see. Specifically under Article 13, which is both the turf and the track for the high school, the project will cost about $3.25 million. I'll get into that shortly. $250,000 is a capital request the town meeting approved as part of the budget in the FY22 budget. And then this request specifically is a $3 million debt authorization request. So I'll show you the motion later and show you the figures. The capital request as part of the FY22 budget will do the design work and secure what's called an OPM, known as project manager. And that's needed because of the dollar value of this project under state procurement laws. Preliminary design work will begin this coming July if approved and go through approximately November of 2021. The project would be bid out then over the winter, and the expected construction for both of these parts would be roughly April or perhaps May of 2022 through August of 2022. And therefore the field and the track would both be expected to be ready for fall 2022 sports, high school sports. Specifically on Article 13 for the turf replacement, that's about 2 out of the $3 million. I'll go over some of the components. 185,000, it's very typical to use 15% of general conditions. And by the way, that's not 15% of 2 million, it's 15% of something else. 375,000 will remove the turf and the infield beads. And again, the turf field is about 74,000 odd square feet. $14,000 will get 2 new goal posts and pads. 21,000 to re-roll the stone surface and to regrade end zone D. Over 800,000 is actually the meat and potatoes of the project, including the field to turf, but other work also. Organic infill being the second most expensive part. 113 for general contractor overhead profit, as well as bonding, permitting, and insurance. And lastly, a 10% contingency, which is typical for these projects, and an 8% escalation. In this case, possible add-alts, as they're called, if the bids come in well below the $2 million, or in this case, it's a combined, but if they come in well below the $3 million total, yet to be determined, the bid package will put out formal add-alts, $36,000 to replace the scoreboard and $48,000 to replace the sound system are two possibilities. That's not part of this debt authorization. That'll be part of the RFP.
Thank you.
For the track resurfacing, that's the other $1 million. Again, $100,000 for general conditions, almost $300,000 for existing conditions. The plastic curbing of the tracks will remain, but the $70,000+ square foot track surface will be removed and disposed of. About $35,000 of concrete work. The actual track itself is estimated at about $370,000. And then likewise to the other piece, there's bonding, permitting, insurance of $63,000 and $160,000 of contingency, as well as price escalation. For the whole project of $3 million, another priority of the schools, but not as high as these two, counting the Parker roof next, was the ropes course at the high school. If the bids come in significantly below the $3 million, the ropes course at $300,000 may be an add-alt. Just to recap on Turf 2, the bids did come in hundreds of thousands of dollars below the estimates. So hope springs eternal if we time the market just right, and the vendors are not very busy over the winter, which is typical. You never know, we might get really good prices. So that's all, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. FinCom report, Mr. Ross.
Go ahead, Mr. Ross.
Thanks, Jane. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. At our March 17th meeting, the Finance Committee voted 8-0 to recommend this article to town meeting. And just to give a little bit more of a background to Bob's points, you know, from the financial forums that we had in the fall, it was really, you know, the goal on our end was, you know, looking at, you know, uses of our, you know, healthier, you know, kind of free cash position, identifying, you know, kind of capital projects. And, you know, we asked, you know, the town manager, you know, to prioritize items in the capital plan. And, you know, again, one of the other kind of clarifying points, that, you know, that was given at the time, and I don't think Bob got to it, you know, on his, you know, kind of prepared remarks, but one of the reasons, you know, that this was identified was both from a, you know, kind of a future maintenance cost, you know, savings, you know, that, weren't necessarily, you know, kind of quantified, but then also, you know, identifying possible safety issues as well. So, you know, again, good use and good prioritization for the use of free cash. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, further discussion.
Mr. O'Rourke.
Mr. O'Rourke.
Go ahead, Mr. O'Rourke.
Sorry, Tom O'Rourke, Precinct 2. Mr. Moderator, just a question on the track and field work. I know they get tremendous utilization and wear and tear is just part of the process, but is there a possibility of looking into some longer warranties? It seems like it's an expensive proposition to go through all the work, and then if work is needed like 3 or 4 years down the road, that just seems like a hardship for everybody. So just curious about that.
Mr. LaLacheur.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. When both turf fields were put in, it must be going on about 15 years now. Each was said to last 20 to 25 years. But interestingly, the warranty was only 10 years. So when someone says their product is good for 20 years and gives you a 10-year warranty, I think you know what that means. So right now, the industry is clearly much more on board to turf fields lasting 10 or so years, 10, 12, you take care of them, maybe you get 15. There is no ability to buy an extended warranty from what I've seen. You can get a 10-year warranty for the turf fields. I'm not as familiar with the track. Those of you that have lived through the high school construction project well remember the stadium being built in the wrong place, the track being put in the wrong place, and lots of misadventures. But the track has held up pretty well. You know, it did last 12 years. You know, these things are outdoors, so not too bad. I'm not aware of either materials or any kind of warranty that is going to get us better service than what we've had. We just need to now be more realistic and more aware that this is not a 20-year lifespan and 20-year replacement. Both Superintendent Doherty, CFO Gail Dowd, and Facilities Director Joe Huggins are here. They may have things to add.
And just a follow-up question, if I could. One of the things I've noticed, and maybe it's been corrected, you know, the reality is football team has to walk over the track every time they have a game. I know they probably try to do something to prevent that, but I'm wondering if that contributes to some premature failure, if you will, of areas of the track.
I can speak to that if you want.
Mr. Doherty?
I know for the football, thank you, Tom. I know for the football games that they do put a covering on the area of the track in front of the gate where the football teams do come onto the field.
Okay, good. Thank you, Joe.
We have any further discussion?
Mr. Moderator, if I might just add one more thing as
Sure.
I share the screen.
Okay, Mr. LaLacheur.
To an earlier comment, we do know there is federal funding out there for one-time things such as capital. We still don't know from the U.S. Treasury what the rules are, but in this motion, it does authorize the town manager to apply for grant or grants. So if any of that federal money can be used for things like this, it's certainly going to be a discussion that's had by staff as well as elected officials.
Okay, further discussion.
Ms. Gaffin.
Is that Ms. Gaffin or Mr. Gaffin?
I beg your pardon. It's Mr. Gaffin.
Mr. Gaffin.
Sorry, we're confusing people. Eric Gaffin, Precinct 4. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I had a quick question on the ropes course. How does the ropes course work into the overall plan as it might relate to the Birch Meadow master plan that the Recreation Department has been working on? Thank you.
Do we have a response?
I do know that it is listed as part of the master plan. There is other work in and around the high school that's not listed as recreation, for instance, work inside the field house. But this one is listed. So is the debt article in front of you. So obviously, as we knock things off, we cross them off their list.
Great, thank you.
Any further discussion? None
Seeing none, Mr. Moderator. Yep.
Thank you. Okay, we are now ready for the vote. Can I have a poll put up, and you'll be voting on the motion under Article 13. This requires a 2/3 vote. And can we have the vote from the pack?
1 yes, 0 no.
Ending the poll, Mr. Moderator. It's 162 to 14, and we do meet the 2/3.
Okay, the vote being 162 in the affirmative, 14 in the negative, the motion carries. Business under Article 14, Mr. LaLacheur.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Article 14 is to authorize debt for the roof replacement at Parker Middle School, which is the second choice, if you will, of the school department for prioritized capital or additional capital. The estimate of the cost of the project is just under $3 million, $250,000. Again, town meeting spoke to as part of the FY22 budget. And this article specifically requests authorization for 2.7 million. There's some similarities in timing and work for the two projects, even though they look quite different. The 250,000 again will secure the owner's project manager as well as design work. Design work will be similar, start this July if approved and run through about November. Then the project will again go out to bid in the winter, which is usually a really good time to bid these out. This project construction could be a little bit different. It would more naturally wait for the end of a school year. So perhaps June 2022 and through August 2022, it would need to be completed. I know other significant roof projects, the one I recall Josh Wheaton most recently, you know, the vendors all know they need to be done for the school year in time. And when it isn't done, then you work around them. This is a much simpler, there's really only one component. There is about 105,000 square feet to be replaced and the estimated cost of $25 a square foot. So that's about 2.6 odd million. So we called it 2.7 million. And that's all I have, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. FinCom report, Mr. Ross.
Go ahead, Mr. Ross.
Thanks, Jane. Thanks, Mr. Moderator. On our March 17th, 2021 meeting, the Finance Committee voted 8-0 to recommend Article 14 to town meeting.
Thank you. Is there further discussion?
Mr. Arena.
Mr. Arena, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Bob, and I take it roofs don't have warranties either. Is this just a plain old rubber roof with kind of a 25-year use life, or is there something unique about this? Maybe that's a joke question.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Hopefully there's some other experts on the line. All I know is it does have a warranty. The price does include price escalation as well as owner's project. I'm not sorry. The contractor's profit and overhead costs. Joe, if you're available to answer any more specific question about the type of material, I know it's not like my roof at home.
Mr. Huggins?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Yes, the roof is actually an EPDM roof. It's a glued down roof over at the Parker Middle School. They do generally carry a 25-year warranty. Replacement of that roof would mean completely tearing off the entire roof on the building and putting new tapered insulation back in, new flashing at all the joints. And Bob is right. It would probably take the better part of 3 to 4 months to do the project.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Yes, we have Mr. Sasso.
Mr. Sasso.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Sasso, Precinct 2. Just curious, I know memory fading here, the last town meeting or before, we had just agreed to move forward with going towards the green communities by adopting the changes in our bylaw. Is this something that we could use as one of those projects that where we could apply for funding to support that, or is that not ready for us at this point?
Mr. Lillishire.
Mr. Moderator, it's kind of a two-way street, John. It's not ready. We're not part of green communities yet, but also this roof is not satisfactory, for instance, for solar. We have looked at the other buildings. There are some areas and locations that could house more energy efficient, especially solar. This is not one of them.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Mr. Pagliuca.
Go ahead, Mr. Pagluccia.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Joe Pagliuca, Precinct 5. I was just wondering if we've gone to the Mass School Building Authority at all for the project to see if we could utilize the funding and the services that the Mass School Building Authority provides.
We have a response, Mr. Lillishire.
Yeah, we have not. I don't believe that a roof would qualify In the past, we have done some energy tightening things like windows, for instance, under green repairs. I think we intend, or we hope to intend to apply for one of the boilers in one of the buildings upcoming. But as far as I'm aware, the roofs just don't qualify for any SBA funding unless one of the school folks can tell me differently.
So I actually, I audited them at one point, but I do know that they do roofs, and they also do boilers, to your point. So it's great that we're thinking about using them, but I don't know at this point if it's too late, but might be worth thinking about in the future, should funding be needed for a small project like a roof or a boiler, reaching out to the school building authority, or at least putting in an application.
Any comments? No?
I can add to that if you want, Alan.
Sure, Dr. Doherty.
So we are in the process right now of looking at a statement of interest for Killam. They do have a separate program for smaller projects, as Mr. Pegluka said. So it is something that we can certainly look at the parameters to see if this is something that we can do in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, further discussion, Mr. Ferrari.
Go ahead, Mr. Ferrari.
Yes, similar to what Mr. Pegluka questioned. I had a question regarding the previous comment about possible federal infrastructure funding. Would this be a type of project that could come under consideration for that as well?
Mr. LeLacheur?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Yes, I'd repeat my comments on this debt authorization. Once we get clarification, which is expected by July, one-time capital projects are described as the highest and most likely use for federal funds, but we don't really have the full list yet, but this certainly could be one of them also.
Okay.
All set? Okay, Mr. Finch?
Yeah, hi, Will Finch, Precinct 8. Here I am, broken record again. Speaking on the last article, the turf field replacement could be funded under the Community Preservation Act, as could the Parker School project, as it's a part of the historic register. So I will vote against this motion also. Thank you.
Any further discussion? I am not seeing any. We all set? Looks like we're all set.
Yep.
Okay, we are ready for the vote. Again, this requires a 2/3 vote. I will ask if the polls be put up, and you'll be voting on the motion under Article 14. And while we're doing that, we'll check the vote in the pack.
The PAC votes 1 yes, 0 no.
Mr. Moderator, ending the poll. It's 164 to 9, and we meet 2/3.
The vote being 164 in the affirmative, 9 in the negative, the motion carries. Business under Article 15, Ms. Angstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm just going to share my screen. No, that's not good. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So the purpose of this article is to authorize borrowing in anticipation of Chapter 90 funding and to accept whatever level of Chapter 90 funding becomes available for Reading for fiscal '22. Currently, we expect just under 600,000, but we don't normally put an exact dollar figure because there's been at least one time I can think of where additional funding had come in for Chapter 90. We had to come back to town meeting. So we expect about $600,000, and we do the borrowing in anticipation just in case it's needed, but we've never needed to borrow in anticipation of Chapter 90.
Okay, you all set?
Yep.
All right, the FinCom report, Mr. Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. At our March 17th, 2021 meeting, FinCom voted 8-0 to recommend this article to town meeting.
Thank you. Is there further discussion?
Seeing none, Mr. Moderator.
Not appearing. Then we are ready for the vote. This requires a 2/3 vote. Can I have the poll put up? It isn't quite there yet. Hold on just a second.
Yep. Minor technical difficulty. There we go.
There we go. And the vote in the pack?
1 yes, 0 no.
She's all done.
Ending the poll, Mr. Moderator, it's 170-0.
The vote being 170-0, the motion carries. Business, well, I should point out, we have already taken care of business under Article 16, so we are moving on to business under Article 17. Ms. Mercier.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'll share my screen. Okay, so Article 17 regards the Millette land transfer. The land transfer request is to see if the town will vote to transfer the care, custody, management, and control of the Millette land to the Reading Conservation Commission for the sole purpose of open space management. The Millette land consists of 2 parcels off of Lowell Street and Willow Street. Together, they total about 5.8 acres of land, and they're shown on the next slide here. The Millette land is these 2 parcels that are outlined in red. They're adjacent to the Morgan and Soames land. As you can see up here is Willow Street, and here's Lowell Street, and then across the railroad tracks is the bird sanctuary. So the proposal is to transfer the care, custody, management, and control of the 2 Millette parcels to the Reading Conservation Commission for open space management. The importance of this proposal can't be overstated. It's considered by many to be a clerical action with immeasurable benefits, which I'll go through some of. So benefits of the proposal, it will uncomplicate the management of the land. It will ratify the commitment to protect the land in perpetuity, increases the size of the existing conservation land that I showed on the map, the Morgan and Soames land. It will protect the wildlife corridor between Summer Avenue and Lowell Street, including the bird sanctuary. It will help protect the headwaters to the Aberjona River, which is an important town and regional resource, and it will add land to the town's open space inventory. There are probably many other benefits I'm not stating as well. So how did we get here? Just to go through a little bit of the background information that's in the warrant report. In 1985, the 2 Millette parcels were taken by the town as tax possession land. In 1986, the then chair of the Conservation Commission requested that the parcels be given to the Conservation Commission under the authority of Article 17 of 1937 annual town meeting. The then Board of Selectmen ostensibly made that transfer at that time. However, in 1999, despite that action, the Millette parcels still showed up on the tax possession list. So fast forward to more recent times, in 2018, Town Council searched but was unable to find any records that validated the land transfer and ruled that prior attempts were incomplete. In 2019, the Select Board voted to ratify the Conservation Commission's management of the Millette parcels and to authorize them to continue managing the land. And in 2021, both the Select Board and the Conservation Commission, the Select Board voted to declare the 2 Millette parcels surplus and to recommend Article 17 to town meeting. And the Conservation Commission also recommended Article 17 to town meeting. Again, the benefits of the proposal, I won't restate them, but they're here listed again. And then I'll leave you with this beautiful aerial map showing the Millette parcels and their adjacencies to other important wildlife resources in the area.
We're all set?
Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you. Before we move on, did the town clerk notice that we had a, okay, we're all set, okay. All right, is there further discussion? Mr. Brown?
Now? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Town meeting action is not required on this. The Board of Selectmen can turn it over to conservation. And I point to the lot of land on the corner of Waverly and Oakland Road, same page, same taking, 1937. That was given to them by an act of the selectmen and not town meeting. So if town meeting doesn't want this, selectmen can still do it.
Okay, do we have any response?
Yeah.
No, okay, do we have further discussion? Mr. Mon?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jamie Mon, Precinct 4, and I have a question, and then depending upon the answer, I might have an amendment. The question is, in our warrant books on page 20, after the numbered items in Article 17, numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4, there's what appears to be a incomplete or partial sentence that I don't understand. Can someone explain to me if that is intended to be there, what it means?
We can ask what you were actually voting on is what is in the motion packet, but do we have a response from that?
Could I share the motion, Julie?
That would be a good idea.
Can you see the motion on the screen?
Yes.
Is it this part right here you're asking?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Julie or town council, do you have any suggestions?
Ms. Freed?
Ivrea Freed, Town Council. The reference in the last paragraph refers to rights that the DPW has recorded in these 4 plans noted above. Mainly, and Julie, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that there's a sewer or water line that crosses the property. And this is just a recognition that notwithstanding the fact that the property is being transferred to the CONSCOM, that the DPW shall have the right to maintain that easement. However, I just want to be clear that, you know, if any work is performed in that area, and it would trigger an order of conditions or any other approval needed by the CONSCOM, the DPW would still have to go through the typical process. It's just recognizing the right that the DPW has to maintain that sewer or water easement.
Okay, thank you. That does clarify. I would like to make a comment and then propose a minor amendment. The comment is that I want to thank Ms. Mercier and the rest of the town. They've done a good job in looking at this and explaining it. And I'm familiar with that area. And she's absolutely correct. It's a very important natural resource for our town and contains the habitat for potential special status species. So its protection is important. I also know that there is a sewer easement through that area, and it's important to maintain that. And I do not propose to interfere with DPW plans or necessity to maintain that sewer easement. That is not at all my objective. I love DPW. I love the engineering department. I've worked with them productively for 20 years, but it might not always be thus. So my proposed amendment is not to require conservation approval for DPW to go into and maintain, but rather coordination. There have been incidences in the past where there've been sewer emergencies or semi-emergencies, and DPW has gone in without coordinating with Conservation Commission, and there's been damage to resources. So my amendment would be in that top paragraph that Mr. LaSure has on the board, and under the words in the last sentence, that the Reading Department of Public Works shall, and before the word shall, I propose the amendment, the words be added so that it reads that the Reading Department of Public Works, following coordination with the Conservation Commission, shall have the right to replace, repair, etc. Again, this is not Conservation Commission approval, which, as our town council points out, might be required or probably would be required for long-term maintenance with an order of condition, which we can plan ahead. This would more apply to any emergency condition when they have to go in. They could coordinate with Conservation Commission by phone call and just make sure that the most sensitive resources are protected to the extent possible.
Ms. Freed, you have your hand up. You have a comment?
Sorry, I think I might have forgotten to lower it.
No problem. I just wanted to make sure. Okay, we have a proposed amendment before us and a second. Discussion will now turn to the proposed amendment. Is there discussion? Mr. Burkhart.
Mr. Burkhart. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Eric Burkhart, Precinct 2. Just wanted to ask Mr. Mon, is this precisely the wording that you were after, following coordination of the Conservation Commission or coordination with the Conservation Commission? It could mean two different things. It's a minor point, but I just wanted to clarify.
Mr. Mon.
Thank you very much, Eric. You're correct. My handwritten version says with rather than, so that thank
Okay.
you for pointing that out.
We will accept that as your motion. Okay, further discussion on the proposed amendment.
Mr. Reichart.
Mr. Reichart.
Hi, Jim Reichart, Precinct 1.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, hold on.
Oh, what happened?
I'm trying to make it so that Mr. Mon doesn't speak now, and so it switches in the thing. Anyway,
Okay.
Mr. Reichart can talk now.
Hey, thank you. Jim Reichart, Precinct 1. I just have a concern about the concept that this is for some sort of emergency where the Public Works has to get something done very quickly, and perhaps they can't get a hold of the Conservation Commission. Maybe it's 3 a.m. And they have to get it done now. So while I understand the protection of resources, and that's important, I also understand that, certain things may just have to get done. And I don't want to tie the hands of the Public Works unnecessarily if it is truly an emergency. So I'll be voting against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Williams.
Ms. Williams, go ahead.
Alicia Williams, thank you, Mr. Moderator, Precinct 8. I'm going to vote against this amendment because I think it's kind of a moot point. I agree with Mr. Reichart, who said in an emergency, this could become problemsome. So I'm going to vote no against this. I think it's a moot point. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Finch.
Go ahead, Mr. Finch.
Yes, thank you. Will Finch, Precinct 8. I'm in favor of this amendment. I don't see that this amendment would restrict any action by DPW in an emergency situation. However, in the past, DPW has not informed the Conservation Commission after the fact of actions they have taken, and often it's reliant on public input and telephone calls to the town to figure out what's happened. So I don't, again, I think it's important to encourage coordination between the DPW and Conservation Commission, and this in no way will restrict their emergency response to an issue, but often in the past they have not even notified Conservation Commission of actions that have had impact on the environment. Thank you.
Mr. Giacalone?
Go ahead, Mr. Giacalone.
Oh, there was something I was going to say before, but it's been addressed. But to the comment that was just made, if this doesn't do anything to the contrary, why do we even need an amendment in there at all?
Okay, Mr. Arena.
Go ahead, Mr. Arena.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The stated amendment subjugates the action of Department of Public Works to the coordination of Conservation Commission, which, if not provided, would presumably prevent the DPW. At least that's how I read this. This says following, so it's a conditional. It doesn't say with, it doesn't say in concurrence. It says following. So I don't think you can read this any way but saying, after you tell me, you can proceed. And on that basis, if you have an emergency, the focus is on the emergency. The consequences really have to be secondary to dealing with the emergency. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Barnes.
I lost Mr. Barnes. Let's see. Mr. Barnes, go ahead and raise your hand again. There we go.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jonathan Barnes, Precinct 5. I also do support Mr. Mon's amendment on the basis that, as he articulated and as Mr. Finch articulated, I think it is an important message to communicate to the engineering department, as well as pretty much all departments, that they need to be working in coordination with each other. I also would attest to the fact that there are instances, and I'm sure there are in every case, in every community and every entity, where that coordination is lacking, and then it's necessary to double back and coordinate after the fact, which is never very effective. So I support the inclusion of this in the motion, because it sends an important message to the departments in town. However, I would say that this is not a bylaw change, so it isn't necessarily, and I defer and actually ask town council for an opinion on this, as it is not a bylaw change. It is not in itself an independent order that the engineering department is required to follow, as it would have to follow a town bylaw. This is merely, actually, this is a motion to transfer the care and custody of certain property, which will take place long before, if this passes at town meeting, that transfer will then take place long before there is any need for any engineering department effort to go on the property, and therefore get coordination with the Conservation Commission. So I would like clarification about that, but nonetheless, I still think it's important to keep it in there as sending an important message. Thank you.
Do we have a response from the town council? Ms. Freed.
Ivrea Freed, Town Council. To your last point, it is not a bylaw amendment, so I think 7 days after the close of town meeting, this would become effective. The select board has already voted to authorize the transfer, so the transfer would occur at that time. In terms of the effect of the language that's being discussed for the amendment, I do believe that it would have binding authority here. We are talking about the restrictions on the property and how the property can be used, especially in regards to the recorded easements. So I do think that this language is significant. In terms of the effect of this, I know that there's discussion around whether or not the DPW would have to contact the Conservation Commission prior to working during an emergency. And I do think that there is an argument to be made that the way that this is drafted, the DPW would have to contact the CONSCOM prior to working within the right of way. I want to reiterate 2 points. The first is, to the extent that town council feels that this is important, it may be beneficial to either include additional language in here that the CONSCOM can designate the coordination authority to the CONSCOM agent, or at least replace Conservation Commission with the CONSCOM agent. The CONSCOM doesn't meet, every week, and there could be situations where the CONSCOM agent is more readily available. And the second point, I said this previously, but I want to be clear that if the DPW is performing any work within a jurisdictional area, they are required to follow the Wetlands Protection Act and the Wetlands Bylaw. The language here doesn't change that. If this amendment fails, the DPW would still have to go through the traditional process in getting whatever order of conditions is required for that work.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Ms. Herrick.
Ms. Herrick.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, Ms. Freed. That is exactly what I was thinking, that in the day of cell phone usage, what would likely happen in the event of an emergency, in this case, it would be a sewerage discharge emergency. So in the fact that everyone has cell phones, I think it would be likely that the Conservation Commission could delegate to their agent, and DPW could quickly get our conservation agent on the phone and come up with short-term and long-term plans. And this is an incredibly fragile and amazing area, so I would hope that a disaster like this would never happen. However, this year, I know the DPW and our conservation agent have been working more closely together. And I think an amendment like this really just codifies that we're all working towards the same purposes. So I will be voting for this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion?
Mr. Carnahan.
Mr. Carnahan.
Yes, Joe Carnahan, Precinct 6. First, I'd like to ask whether Mr. Mon would like to accept a friendly amendment for the Conservation Commission or the Conservation Commission's agent, as I think several people suggested, but I'm not sure anyone put forward as an actual proposed amendment.
Mr. Mon's here.
Mr. Mon.
Jamie Mon, Precinct 4. Absolutely. I think that's an excellent friendly amendment. Conservation Commission or conservation agent, either one, either or. And also, just to comment, if I could, on the emergency situation, there are policies and procedures in place where there's an emergency, DPW, fire department, or any other entity can go in and do the work required and work with the Conservation Commission or Conservation Commission agent afterwards. And that would apply to this situation also. And the important part really is as much after an action of that nature as before. to make sure that restoration is put in place and that it is addressed in a environmentally sound manner. But I think that's an excellent suggestion to modify the amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Carnahan, you, any
Yes,
more
if I may, I
comments?
have
Sure.
another question on these lines, which is just a clarification question that I'm not quite sure if this is addressed to Mr. Mon or whether it would be addressed to someone from DPW or the Conservation Commission. But my understanding of following coordination with that could include advanced coordination to agree what should occur in the case of an emergency. And so if I understand that correctly, that would mean this does not obstruct DPW from acting in an emergency in, a way consistent with what they've already, how they've already coordinated with the Conservation Commission. Can anyone confirm that, please?
Do we have a response? Ms. Freed?
Eva Freed, Town Council. Yes, I think that's one way the DPW and the CONSCOM could address the situation, is that they could agree ahead of time in cases of emergency what the rules would be. For example, the agent must be notified within 12 hours of the emergency or such for, or whatever the terms may be. And as Mr. Moms referenced, there are emergency procedures that allow individuals to perform work within a jurisdictional area in cases of emergency, but that doesn't apply here because we're talking about all of the area. So I think that would be beneficial for the parties to enter into some type of agreement ahead of time that specifies what would happen in the case of an emergency.
I believe we also have a response from Mr. Sullivan.
Is that John Sullivan?
Yes, John Sullivan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Sullivan, Precinct 7 and member of the Conservation Commission. I'd just like to point out that we currently have procedures and agreements between CONSCOM and DPW in place for emergency work to be able to be done in other areas under CONCOM's custody, kind of mapping out what can be done in emergency and what they have to come before the Conservation Commission and go through the whole process for. So these sorts of things are already in place in other areas.
Thank you. Mr. Carnahan, were you all set? Okay. Mr. Halsey.
Go ahead, Mr. Halsey.
This is John Halsey, Precinct 1. I move the question.
Okay, I assume you're moving the question on the proposed amendment?
That is correct.
Correct, and we have a second. Okay, this is non-debatable and requires a 2/3 vote. I will ask that a poll be put up to, you vote yes if you want to end debate and no if you do not. Oh, we again failed to tell you how many people were waiting. It's probably a little late now, but there were 2 or 3. Do you have a?
It was 2.
Oh, it was 2, okay.
Ending the poll, Mr. Moderator. Can we have the vote from the PAC?
PAC voted 1 yes, 0 no.
So it's 146 to 26.
Okay, the vote being 146 in the affirmative and 26 in the negative, the vote to end debate has carried. We will now move to voting on the proposed amendment. Again, I call for a poll and you will now be voting on the proposed amendment. And do we have a vote in the PAC?
0 yes, 1 no.
Ending the poll, Mr. Moderator,
Okay, and the
and
count?
it's 93 to 76.
Vote being 93 in the affirmative and 76 in the negative, the motion carries and the motion has been amended. We now go back to discussion on the main motion as amended. Is there discussion? Ms. Moore? I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Hi, Martha Moore, Precinct 8, and a member of the Conservation Commission. And I would like to encourage town meeting members to vote in favor of this article so that the management of this open space can be under Conservation Commission, where it's more appropriate than being managed by the Board of Selectmen. Thank you.
Further discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Moran.
Mr. Moran?
Hello, Charles Stanley Moran, Precinct 7. I just wanted to mention that recently, in the last year and a half, a boardwalk and some trail work has been done in this area. So town meeting members who may not be familiar with the area may want this summer to take a walk through it and see what a nice area it is. The trail work was very nice. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Ms. Laterio?
Oh, Eileen Laterio, please raise your hand again. Thank you. Go ahead.
I would suggest deleting the word following and substituting it with in coordination with the conservation agent. The word following to me is too restrictive. And I think the word in would allow the coordination, to be held before, during, or after, whatever the situation might be on the property.
Are you making that as a formal amendment?
Yes, I am.
Okay, is there a second? Second, we have a proposed amendment to change the word following with the word in. Is the discussion on that proposed amendment? Mr. Simmons? I'm sorry.
Nope. Go ahead, Mr. Simmons. Mr. Simmons?
Okay, hear me?
Yep.
I think there's a simple change, a good change, and it makes this amendment proper. Vote for it. We don't need to really debate much about it.
Any further discussion? Mr. McLeod?
Go ahead, Mr. McLeod.
Matt McLeod, Precinct 2. I actually think that the following leaves us more open to the type of pre-coordination that town council mentioned, whereas in coordination suggests a level of concurrence that may, kind of requires that instantaneous piece. So I prefer to leave Mr. Mon's motion as is.
Further discussion on the proposed amendment?
Ms. Jolson.
Ms. Jolson?
I vote to move the question.
On the proposed amendment?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second? Second, although I should point out there is one person waiting. All those in, we have a poll put up. All those in favor of moving the question, vote yes on the poll when it comes up. There it is. And the vote in the pack?
1 yes, 0 no.
Ending the poll, Mr. Moderator, and it's 131 to 36.
131 to 36, 131 in the affirmative, 36 in the negative. The question has been moved. We will now vote on that proposed amendment, changing the word following to in. Again, I would call for a poll. All those in favor of the change, please vote yes. And I would ask for the vote in the pack.
1 yes, 0 no.
Ending the poll, Mr. Moderator, it is 90 to 79.
The vote being 90 in the affirmative and 79 in the negative, the motion carries and we have amended again. Now back to discussion on the motion as amended.
Alicia Williams.
Ms. Williams.
I vote to move the question.
On the entire,
on the
motion.
Article.
Okay, we have a motion to end debate. There are, looks like one person waiting. So we will have, this requires a 2/3 vote. Could we have a poll put up to end debate on the entire motion as amended?
Mr. Moderator, while that vote is going, take a look at the chat, please.
Okay, we had somebody asking if this was a reconsideration of the prior motion. I do not consider it that because that did not exist before you had the chance to do that. So I'm accepting that as in order. Okay, where were we? We're moving the question on the entire article. Do we have a vote from the pack?
1 yes, 0 no.
Okay.
Ending the poll, Mr. Moderator, it's 139 to 29.
29. Okay, the question has been moved. We will now move to a vote on the motion as amended under Article 17. Again, I ask for the poll. You are now voting for the main motion as amended. And the vote in the pack?
1 yes, 0 no.
Ending the poll, Mr. Moderator, 162 to 11. There is a point of order in the chat, sir. Was the language changed to in?
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was. Yes, I had to look back at which vote we had, but yes, it was. Okay, what was the vote again? I'm sorry.
162 to 11.
Okay, the vote being 162 in the affirmative, 11 in the negative, the motion carries. Business under Article 18, Ms. Klisch.
Ms. Klisch, go ahead and raise your hand.
I just need to share my screen.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Klisch. And we're just waiting for Julie to share her screen.
Thanks.
Okay. Ms. Mercier.
All right, thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Heather Klisch. I'm a member of the Community Planning and Development Commission, and I am going to present on the general bylaw amendment to Article 18, Julie, can you move ahead to the next slide? And this one is on section 7.9. It's an amendment to section 7.9 on stormwater management and erosion control. I'll begin with the CPDC report. We're at our meeting of April 12th, 2021. The CPDC voted 5-0-0 to recommend Article 18 to town meeting. All right, so let's begin kind of at the beginning about what is stormwater management and erosion control and why is this bylaw important in the first place. We have a general bylaw that we're proposing being amended that requires stormwater management and erosion control before, during, and after construction of development projects that disturb an acre or more of land. It's important because the stormwater discharges from larger construction projects is to ensure that they do not adversely impact Reading's storm drain system, our lakes, ponds, rivers, and streams, and the water bodies to which they drain. So who administers the bylaw? The CPDC administers the bylaw, or the Conservation Commission does if the project comes under their jurisdiction, meaning it involves wetlands or riparian areas. The Town Engineering Department provides technical review to both commissions and committees, regardless of who is administering the permit and the review. All right, so why is this amendment needed? The purpose of this amendment is to bring our bylaw into compliance with the more stringent 2016 requirements for the municipal separate storm sewer systems, commonly called by some people the MS4 permit. So let's get into a little bit about what that is. What is the municipal separate storm sewer system? That's the system that catches and transfers all of the rainwater or snowmelt from our streets and properties that drain to the streets. So it's the system of catch basins, pipes, that eventually sends stormwater and everything in the stormwater to surface waters like wetlands, streams, ponds, and lakes. The stormwater system is regulated and permitted under the state, by the state under federal legal requirements. And the MS4 permit is the permit that governs the discharges from Reading's storm drain system to rivers and streams. Our bylaws and how we handle stormwater permits for development are important parts of ensuring that we then comply with state and federal laws, regulations, and permit requirements. So why didn't we make this bylaw amendment in 2016? Back then, when the new MS4 permits, when the new MS4 permit requirements were promulgated, they were immediately challenged in federal court, and it was in litigation until this past December. However, Reading staff have been asking developers to comply with the new requirements since 2016, which was a reasonable thing to do. And now the matter is settled in court, and it's time to make our compliance official by updating our own bylaw. All right, next slide, please. So let's get into the amendments. Here is what the proposed revisions would do. Taken together, the revisions will remove a current exemption for projects that meet the stormwater standards and are permitted under our own Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act, because the Commonwealth's Wetland Protection Act standards for stormwater are no longer sufficient under the new MS4 permit. The Conservation Commission will retain the authority for projects under their jurisdiction and use the MS4 standards, which are now already being applied during review by town engineering. Another thing it will do is it will allow CPDC to determine applicable precipitation data set for runoff calculations. Town engineer already requires that. It will also define low impact development and require it unless it's infeasible, and that's something I'll get to a bit later in this presentation. It defines critical areas and impaired waters, and it clarifies the definition of common plan of development or sale, and then it makes minor corrections. So I'll go through those hopefully quickly. Next slide, please. All right. What you see here in bold are the additions, and the strikeouts are for language that would be deleted under this amendment. And this is the same as what's in the warrant. So the first set of updates are in definitions. This piece right here would simply state that stormwater permit requirements apply to a whole development tract, the entire tract, even if it's carved up into parcels that are less than an acre. All right, next slide. It also adds a definition of a critical area, and it provides an update in a later section that requires a critical area to be shown and any critical areas to be shown on the site plan so that as we're looking at it, we can see where these critical areas are. All right, next slide. It also adds this definition for an impaired water, and this is something that is pretty standard. And then it also requires that impaired waters, as defined here, are also shown on the site plan so that anybody that's reviewing it can clearly see where the impaired waters are. All right, next slide. This proposed amendment would also add a new definition for low impact development. And low impact development are systems or practices on site that use or mimic natural processes that result in better water infiltration, evapotranspiration, or other use of the stormwater. So this can happen through site design. It can also happen through systems that are created or installed on the site. So here, the low impact development is defined and then it's added throughout the bylaw in a few different places. Next slide, please. One of the places that it's added is in the stormwater permit application, requiring that a narrative of the proposed low impact development strategies are included. And then it also requires that low impact development site planning and design strategies shall be incorporated unless it's infeasible for one reason or another, all in order to reduce the discharge of stormwater. All right, next slide. All right, this one is shows the minor corrections or clarifications that are made. The first one here shown is simply a change in capitalization. The next one spells out the Community Planning and Development Commission where it hadn't been spelled out before. Next slide. This is a short but kind of meaty update here. What this language does is clarify the responsibility for administration of the bylaw between the CPDC and the Conservation Commission. So in this, if it's a project that disturbs 1 or more acre and it doesn't involve any wetland resource areas, the CPDC will be the body that reviews it. If a project does have wetland resource areas and requires only Conservation Commission review, of course, the Conservation Commission will issue the stormwater permit. Now, if it comes under both Conservation Commission because of wetland resources and CPDC jurisdiction review because of the acreage involved, this is saying that the CPDC will be the body that issues the stormwater permit. For all of these projects, consistency is assured, really, because the engineering division does the technical review for the projects for both bodies. Next slide. All right, this new language ensures, again, that the same stormwater regulations apply to all projects, regardless of which body is reviewing it, by saying that for projects reviewed under this section, or that fall partially or wholly under the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission, the CPDC regulations are the ones that shall apply. All right, next slide. All right, under this change here, this specifically authorizes stormwater regulations to be created and updated, and it also authorizes them to specify the precipitation estimates to be used for stormwater calculations. And it's worth noting that the town already does require applicants to use the more current rainfall data. Next slide. All right, and this gets to applicability. Something I mentioned at the start of the presentation is that this removes a current exemption for projects that come forward that meet the stormwater standards and are permitted under the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act, because there's been kind of a leapfrogging effect. The Commonwealth's Wetlands Protection Act standard for stormwater is no longer sufficient under the newer MS4 permit, so we can't exempt those projects anymore, and this makes that change. And I believe that concludes the information to present. I will say that in summary, with the exception of a couple of minor corrections and clarifications, these proposed amendments reflect updates that are required by the MS4 permit. And what I understand is that the updates do not present a drastic change to practices that have been in place for the past few years, because the town has been practicing the requirements of the 2016 MS4 permit while it was being sorted out in court. And I believe that concludes the information. I know we have a few staff available should there be questions that require their response as well.
Do we have any comments by Ms. Mercier? No. Okay, how about Mr. Percival? Nope. Okay, then we will open it to debate. Oh, I should point out that we have a proposed amendment before us already. Do we have a copy of that we can put up? Oh, oh, excuse me, I didn't see his hand. Okay. Mr. Percival?
No comments. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Okay, do we have a copy of Mr. Mon's proposed amendment? And do town meeting members have a copy of it?
It should be showing on the screen right now, Mr. Moderator.
There it is. Thank you very much. Okay, this is the proposed amendment. Mr. Mon, would you like to speak to it?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I would like to speak to it. Jamie Mon, Precinct 4. And first, I want to applaud CPDC and our town staff. They've done an excellent job of complying with a moving target and dealing with things as they change. So I'm very much support of this amendment, and again, applaud the town staff and CPDC for going through the hard work to do it. The purpose of my amendment is just to make sure the Conservation Commission is included in the development of regulations related to runoff. And the reason is that for the last 30 years, the Conservation Commission has required of each one of their applicants, hundreds if not thousands, to perform stormwater calculations. They have the expertise to understand how these calculations are made. They also have worked over these 3 decades with engineering, and they've developed a strong working relationship. For many permits for wetland permits that don't require a stormwater permit, there's still drainage calculations required. So if the Conservation Commission is not involved with the development of these rules, we're faced with the possibility of one set of ways to calculate stormwater runoff if a MS4 permit is not required, and a different method if an MS4 permit is required. So by this amendment, I'm asking that CPDC, who has taken on the responsibility, and again, I applaud it, to administering this permit, that they coordinate the development of these rules for stormwater runoff with Conservation Commission, and that the Conservation Commission approve those methods to make sure that they're consistent with what Conservation Commission might require in the future for applicants where the discharge permit is not required. And then finally, I would add that the state is developing guidelines constantly, as well as the federal government, of how to calculate these runoff procedures. And CONCOM and the Conservation Commission agent are required to keep up with these developments and implement them in our regulations. So they're already following the latest science and regulations, and so they should be involved intimately in developing these procedures to ensure consistency throughout the town and also with the state regulations. And thank you for the opportunity to speak.
And before we go to debate on that subject, I need to hear a bylaw committee report on the original motion. Mr. Struble.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. At our meeting of March 10th, the bylaw committee voted 4-0 to recommend the unamended content of this article at the town meeting.
Thank you very much. And now we turn to debate on the proposed amendment. Do we have any debate? Mr. Leahy.
Table 8, President 3, I propose we move the question.
I cannot accept that since we kind of in debate when we actually haven't had any debate on it yet, but you may want to check in a little while, but I cannot accept it when we have had no debate. Further discussion?
Ms. Jolson.
Ms. Jolson.
I think I'm going to do the same thing. I'd like to move the question on the amendment.
Okay, again, we have not had anybody had a chance to speak on it first. Once we have, we could then accept that motion, but let's move on. Ms. Moore.
Hello, Martha Moore, Precinct 8 and a member of the Conservation Commission. I just have a question for Town Council. Do you know what would happen if the Conservation Commission and the CPDC did not agree on this proposed action? Is there any suggestion of how that would be resolved?
Do we have a Ms. Freed?
Ivrea Freed, Town Council. The proposed amendment does not address what would happen if the CPDC and the CONSCOM cannot come to an agreement.
Okay, we all set? Okay, further discussion?
All right, Ms. Fortin.
Ms. Fortin.
Vicky Fortin, Precinct 2, and I think mine was kind of a town council question as well. Much as I don't have a problem with the intent of the amendment, I'm wondering how it would affect when most of the proposed motion in the first place is just trying to bring us up to what the state's already requiring. Would this amendment affect that at all?
Ms. Fortin, excuse me, Ms. Freed.
So, I mean, it's hard for me to anticipate what would happen. The CPDC has drafted proposed changes to the regulations in anticipation of this bylaw passing not only town meeting, but the Attorney General's review process. Those proposed regulations would codify basically what the town is currently doing and ensure that we are in compliance with the requirements of the 2016 MS4 permit. This regulation or this proposed amendment doesn't compromise that. If the CPDC and the CONSCOM were to agree to adopt the regulations that the CPDC is currently proposing, then the town would be in compliance. It's unlikely, I would guess, that the CONSCOM would ever agree to adopt regulations that are less stringent than the 2016 MS4 permit. I think the more complicated question is what would happen, like the last commenter addressed, what would happen in the case of a disconnect between the two public bodies if the CPDC and the CONSCOM can't come to an agreement? Does that mean that we have no regulations, or are the regulations that were in effect prior to this bylaw and prior, that don't comply with the 2016 MS4 permit, would those regulations take over? And that's a question we would have to to perform an analysis on and would require further review. And it's not something that the bylaw amendment that we're discussing here contemplates.
Thank you.
Further discussion?
Mr. Ensminger.
Mr. Ensminger.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Dan Ensminger, Precinct 7, Charter Member with the CPDC, 1986 to 1989. I think Ms. Klisch has outlined an excellent approach to this. I don't believe the amendment is in order. I intend to vote against it. I invite anyone who would like to move the question to do so. Thank you.
Ms. Doxer.
Go ahead, Ms. Doxer.
Hi, thank you. Linda Snow Doxer, Precinct 1. I just wanted to clarify that this amendment does not state that it will be a debate with each passing. It's to establish the process that will then be adopted. Is that correct? I just want to make sure there's not a debate with every application.
Do we have a response? Ms. Freed.
Ivrea Freed, Town Manager Bob Leilashar, can you put the motion and the amendment back on the screen? I think that would be helpful to addressing this question.
Thank you.
So the way that I read this amendment is that anytime the rules or regulations need to be either adopted or amended, they must be developed in coordination with the CONSCOM and subject to the CONSCOM's approval.
Okay. Ms. Doxer, are you set with that?
Yes, I guess I'm a little confused that I would assume that once the method is established, how often would that change?
Do we have a response?
Ivrea Freed, Town Council. I can't speak to how often they may need to be amended. As members of the CONSCOM have spoken to tonight, technology is constantly evolving, and our understanding of how to manage our stormwater is improving. And there may be reasons why the town wants to modify its regulations, even if it's not required under the 2016 MS4 permit. So it's not unheard of that the town will want to further modify. I do want to point out that, the way the language was originally drafted was it was just to specify in the sentence here that it was possible for the CPDC to specify that precipitation estimates may be used when calculating stormwater runoff. The way that it's been changed, I read that to say that the rules and regulations which specify, so it says, this is one factor of those rules and regulations, will be developed in consultation with the CONSCOM. It's, the way I read it is that the rules and regulations themselves will be developed, and those regulations specify the precipitation estimates. So it's more than just getting CONSCOM to agree on the precipitation estimates that will be used. It's getting CONSCOM to agree to all of the rules and regulations that the CPDC may adopt.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, further discussion?
Steve Leahy.
Mr. Leahy.
Steve Leahy, Precinct 3. I would like to move the question.
Okay, there are 5 people in line. The next poll will be to end debate. It requires a 2/3 vote. Can I have that poll put up? Vote yes if you wish to end debate on the proposed amendment. Proposed amendment to the main motion. And the vote in the pack?
1 yes, 0 no.
Ending the poll, Mr. Moderator.
Vote.
It's 130 to 39, and we do meet 2/3.
Okay, the vote on ending debate is 130 in the affirmative, 39 in the negative. The motion carries. We will now proceed to voting on the proposed amendment to section 7931 that Mr. Mon proposed. Have a poll put up. All those in favor of the proposed amendment, vote yes. And in the pack?
1 yes, 0 no.
Ending the poll, Mr. Moderator, it's 47 to 117.
Vote being 47 in the affirmative, 117 in the negative, the motion does not carry. We move back to debate on the main motion. Further discussion?
Mr. Moderator, Mr. Mon.
Mr. Mon?
I'm sorry, I forgot to lower my hand.
Oh, no problem. Further discussion?
Ms. Halsey.
Ms. Halsey.
My hand was up from before. I forgot to lower it. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. Okay. Any further discussion on the main motion? None appearing. We will now vote on the main motion. We will have the poll put up in front of us and vote yes if you're in favor of the main motion, and no if you're not. And in the pack?
1 yes, 0 no.
Ending the poll, Mr. Moderator, it's 162 to 7.
The vote being 162 in the affirmative, 7 in the negative, the motion carries. We have already completed business under Article 19, so we move to Article 20. Ms. Jem, do you have a presentation?
Bob, I believe I sent it to you. Can you put that up on the screen? The 4 names on the list were voted on by the precincts. Precinct chairs can identify how their precincts voted. I can state that 3, Nicholas Bovin and Charles Donnelly Moran and Mark all stated that they would like to remain on town meeting.
Okay, and I will now explain how this works specifically for the new people, because it can get a little confusing. There are 4 names in the motion. If the motion carries, all 4 people would be removed from town meeting. We will have some amendments to remove those names, and if they're removed from the motion, it means they get to stay in town meeting. So it It's almost like the reverse of what you're thinking. But we also have asked each precinct to weigh in on this before we do that. And we will begin with precinct 2, and the precinct chair is Mr. DeRezzo. If you could raise your hand.
Jane.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. DeRezzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tony DeRezzo, Chair Precinct 2. We voted to allow Mr. Ventura to remain, which means our amendment is to remove him from the list.
Thank you. And there is a second. Is there any further discussion on that proposed amendment? No, there is not. Okay, we will try, let's see, we might as well take a poll. So all those in favor of removing Mr. Ventura's name from the list, which allows him to stay in town meeting, vote yes. And in the pack?
1 yes, 0 no.
Ending the poll, Mr. Moderator. It's 124 yes and 31 no.
Okay, the vote being 124 in the affirmative, 31 in the negative, the motion carries, and Mr. Ventura's name is removed from the motion. Next up are 2 people from precinct 7. Ms. Hillary is the precinct chair.
Ms. Hillary, go ahead and raise your hand. There we go.
Okay, I would take this as 2 separate motions if there are 2.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jennifer Hillary, Precinct 7. The first amendment I would propose would be to remove Nicholas Boivin from Article 20. We voted in our precinct meeting in favor of removing his name. He indicated to us he was not able to make that meeting due to a conflict.
Okay, thank you. Is there further discussion on that proposed amendment? Not appearing. Okay, we have a poll put up. All those in favor of removing Mr. Boivin's name from the list, which would allow him to stay in town meeting, vote yes, if that's what you want to do.
Can we have a vote from the pack?
1 yes, 0 no.
Ending the poll, Mr. Moderator. It's 145 to 19.
Vote being 145 in the affirmative, 19 in the negative, the motion carries, and Mr. Boivin's name is removed from the list. Ms. Hillary?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jennifer Hillary, Precinct 7. I move to remove the name of Charles Donnelly Moran from Article 20. At our precinct meeting, we voted in favor of removing Mr. Donnelly Moran's name. He indicated to us he wasn't able to make that particular meeting due to a conflict as well.
Okay, is there further discussion on that proposed amendment? None appearing, we will have a poll put up. Vote yes if you wish to remove that name from the list and allow him to stay in town meeting. And the vote in the pack?
1 yes, 0 no.
Ending the poll, Mr. Moderator, it's 135 to 31.
Vote being 135 in the affirmative, 31 in the negative, the motion carries, and Charles Donnelly Moran's name is removed from the list. Precinct 8, Mr. Brandt.
Go ahead, Mr. Brandt.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So precinct 8, when we discussed Peter Kramer, town meeting members may recall that Mr. Kramer ran for the select board in 2018. He actually did not run for town meeting, and he was elected with a handful of write-in votes. He's not attended a single session of town meeting since being elected in 2018, and Ms. Jem indicated that he has not been responsive to her outreach about remaining on town meeting either. So we voted as a precinct. I believe the vote was 20 to 2 to keep him on this list and have him removed as a town meeting member.
Okay, is there further discussion on this article? Not appearing, we will now vote on the main motion as amended, which in this case only leaves one name on the list to be removed. All those in, we'll have a poll put up. All those in favor of the main motion as amended, please vote yes, and those opposed, vote no. And a vote in the pack.
1 yes, 0 no.
Ending the poll, Mr. Moderator, it's 148 to 20.
Vote being 148 in the affirmative, 20 in the negative, the motion carries. At this point, Ms. Herrick moves that we take Article 3 from the table. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor of taking Article 3 from the table, we're going to try a hand count in this one rather than the poll. All those in favor, please raise your hand in the Zoom.
What would the pack vote be?
1 yes, 0 no.
Okay, and we'll lower the hands and we'll take a no vote. Okay, and does the town clerk have the vote?
It's 138 to 3.
The vote being 138 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative. Article 3 is taken from the table, and we are now into instructional motions. We have, I believe, 6 before us. The first 2 are have both been put in by the Coolidge Middle School as part of a class project. Is that correct, Ms. Jem?
That is correct.
Correct. And do we have copies of those to put up? I believe town meeting members should have gotten them, but do we have a copy to put up before on the screen?
I can share my screen if Bob doesn't have them.
Yeah, I have them. I'm just trying to share the right screen.
Okay, and I believe the teacher is Ariane Kushena. I'm not sure I'm getting that name right. I'm not sure if she is in attendance or if anybody's in attendance to talk about this. Here we go.
Someone has raised their hand.
Okay. Yep. Oh, Ms. Doan.
Go ahead and unmute Ms. Doan.
Hi. So I'm a teacher at Coolidge, and I sponsored this. So 2 years ago, the state of the Massachusetts Department of Education put into effect a new social studies and history standards for grades 6 through 12. And part of the standards was to do a civics project for grade 8. It was required by the state this year. So Coolidge worked with looking at the Birch Meadow complex because that was something that the students could relate to. So rather than just absorb information, teams of students worked in teams to build proposals to how to get involved in the local action planning. So the goal of this was really for students to become thoughtful and active participants in our democratic society. It was really more about learning the process of how local government works and getting them to realize their voices are important. So it was really a process this year. I think in future years, this is going to grow and become a larger project. But this was kind of the pilot year and a test to get students involved in our local government.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on this proposed amendment? Excuse me, the instructional motion.
Emily Sisson.
Ms. Sisson.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Emily Sisson, Precinct 2 and current Vice Chair of the Recreation Committee. Ms. Stone, I think this is a wonderful activity in getting kids more involved civically. There is a master plan for the Birch Meadow area that's kind of already in place, but I'd strongly encourage you to have the students reach out to the recreation administrator and discuss the Sturgis master plan, because there might be space in that footprint for something like this. And they could, actually get involved and be present in those debates. So thank you for this initiative.
Thank you. Before we continue, I have a point of order and point of information, and it's a good one. Just to remind people that instructional motions are only recommendations and requests to investigate. Okay, further discussion.
Okay, Ms. Binda.
Ms. Binda.
Thank you, Angela Binda, Precinct 5, and I'm a member of the Recreation Committee. I agree with 10 meeting member Sisson, Rec Committee Vice Chair Sisson, that this has already been done, but I'm going to vote in favor of this because there's always room for discussion, and I think it would be great for members of the class to attend a Recreation Committee meeting too when the Birch Meadow Plan is being discussed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Okay. Ms. Fortin.
Go ahead, Ms. Fortin.
Vicky Fortin, Precinct 2, and I also applaud this because clueless as an adult going into town meetings sometimes that we're teaching these kids what's going on and that they can propose things to like this to the town, even though it's instructional, even though it has no binding power, it still shows them that their voices can be heard. And they actually encourage the schools to perhaps look at taking the state a little further and trying to figure out a way that maybe the kids can virtually attend some town meetings and some committee meetings. I know that outside of school hours, but this would be so beneficial to them to learn how that town really works. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Doxer.
Go ahead, Ms. Doxer.
Thank you so much. Linda Snow Doxer, Precinct 1. I'd like to add a friendly amendment to this, if that's possible, that the process of discussing this skate park will involve a discussion of safety rules, including the wearing of helmets while children are using their skateboards in the park or skating in the park.
Okay, I don't know if we, Ms. Stone, I guess you are representing the students. How do you feel about that proposed amendment?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Again, I think this is more about the process, and I think the kids were excited. There was over 100 instructional motions written by the 8th graders at the school, and they just picked one for the Spanish team and one for the Gemini team. So I'm sure this group of kids that wrote this one amendment would would accept that.
All right, this is going to be difficult. I don't know if we have exact wording and where we're going to put it. This is,
Mr. Moderator, I have no ability to edit these documents. I'll remember as best I can. And at some point, Alan, I think it would be great if you talked about the town meetings you used to run for students.
yes, yeah, I will mention that. Yeah, we used to have a 5th grade town meeting, which was a great program, and it gave the students a chance to really figure out how things work. And we actually had a mock town meeting for them as well. Okay, all right, I will accept that. Is there further discussion on this instructional motion?
Okay, we have Harry Simmons.
Mr. Simmons.
Harry Simmons, Precinct 4. I just want to say simply, good idea. Other aspects of this can be done when the thing comes to fruition. Thank you.
Okay. Who do we have next?
We have Jennifer Hillary.
Ms. Hillary.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jennifer Hillary, Precinct 7. I would also like to add a friendly amendment, given we heard from Ms. Sisson about the possibility of Sturgis Park being a more appropriate spot for this proposal. So after Birch Meadow Field, add or Sturgis Park, and that just addresses the concerns that Ms. Sisson raised.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there any objection to that? Okay, further discussion?
We have Michelle Sanfey.
Ms. Sanfey.
Hi, Michelle Sanfey, Precinct 6. I just wanted to thank Mrs. Doan. I think it's amazing and fantastic that the kids are engaging in this, and really appreciate what the educators are doing. So I plan to support this.
Thank you. Further discussion?
We have a question from the PAC. Go ahead,
okay.
Mr. Cook.
Yes, this is there. Am I on?
Yes,
this
yes,
is
you're on.
Bernie Horn, Precinct 1. I would certainly support this as it is. I would request, though, that the teacher give some feedback to the students, and that is with respect to the spelling and grammar here. So on the second line, the word convenient might be corrected in the spelling, and then a little bit more fastidious. 2 lines down where we have an apostrophe at children's homes. I believe that the apostrophe should be after the S. And then 3rd line up, when we talk about if you are bored at a siblings game, I believe there should be an apostrophe before the last S. So that's just my feedback to the students. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion?
Ms. Janowski.
Ms. Janowski.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Karen Janowski, Precinct 2. I also applaud this effort. I think it is admirable and commendable. And I do believe that every student does want to make a difference. I would be curious, it has nothing to do with town meeting, but if there is some way to kind of review, you said there's 100 students put together 100 different instructional motions. I would be very curious to take a look at some of those. If there's some way to share them online so that interested residents of Reading could review the work of the students, I think I know I would be curious to see what other ideas they came up with. Thank you.
We have a point of order from Ms. Jolson.
Go ahead, Ms. Jolson.
That's really great, but seeing as we're discussing the motion, knowing what other civics children have written, that's not important to passing this motion.
Further discussion?
Christopher Fudo.
Mr. Fudo.
Out of respect for the parents and of the kids who propose this and the kids who may be staying up late to watch this, I move the question.
Okay, we have one more person in line, and we have a motion to end debate. It's non-debatable. Can we have a poll put up? Vote yes if you wish to end debate, vote no if you wish to continue.
Can we have the vote from the pack?
1 yes, 0 no.
Ending the poll, Mr. Moderator, it's 151 to 14.
Vote being 151 in the affirmative, 14 in the negative, the question has been moved. We will now vote on the instructional motion. All those in favor say yes when the poll comes up, and those opposed, no. And do we take the pack vote? Do we have a vote from the pack?
1 yes, 0 no.
Okay.
Ending the poll, Mr. Moderator, we have 152 to 14.
Vote being 152 in the affirmative, 14 in the negative, the motion carries. We now move on to our second of 6 instructional motions. And I believe this is another one that from Ms. Doan. Ms. Doan?
Sarah Doan, Precinct 8. Yes, this is the second instructional motion by 8th grade students on the French team. And they would have loved to have spoken, but it's just too late in the night. So I'm just the sponsor. I'm not the social studies teacher, but they were excited to share their ideas here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Further discussion on the instructional motion? Mr. Brown?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I'd like to remind people, last time we had trash cans around the Imagination Station, we had a very strong rat infestation. So I suggest this may not work well.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Ms. Binda?
Ms. Binda.
Angela Benda, Precinct 5. Unlike a skate park, which might cost more money than a picnic tables, I think picnic tables would be a very a great idea and probably within a very different budget. So I think this is a great idea, and we can discuss trash cans at another time. Thank you.
Further discussion, Mr. Beaulieu?
Go ahead, Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu? Mr. Beaulieu? All right, we'll move on. Further
Emily
discussion?
Sisson.
Ms. Sisson.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Emily Sisson, Precinct 2, Vice Chair of the Recreation Committee. Just a comment that there is plans currently on that Birch Meadow master plan that I mentioned previously to have a picnic area. It was in conjunction with like a covered pavilion, but I spoke briefly with the rec administrator and she thought it would be a great idea to put this forward. So I would encourage everybody to approve this one too.
Further discussion, Ms. Jolson.
Go ahead, Ms. Jolson.
I move the vote.
Okay, we'll tell you that there's nobody left in line. So this may be a moot point. Seeing none, no further, we won't even take the vote. We'll just end debate here, and we will take a vote on the instructional motion. All those, get a poll put up. All those in favor, please vote yes. Those opposed, vote no.
Can we have the vote from the PAC?
PAC voted 1 yes, 0 no.
Ending the poll, Mr. Moderator, we have 149 to 18.
Vote being 149 in the affirmative, 18 in the negative. The motion carries. Our third instructional motion comes from Ms. Brucolacchio. Ms. Brucolacchio, you can put your hand up. There it is.
Hello, Mr. Moderator, can you hear me?
Yep. All set.
Okay, this is Sarah Brucolacchio, Precinct 4. I wrote this motion, and this is addressed to the CPDC concerning the 40R bylaw revisions that are in process. I just have a little bit of history I wanted to say before I went on so you could understand why I wrote it. We've been, first of all, this is specific to the 40R overlay in the downtown area. And I happen to own a property in there, so right behind the Gould Street project. So over the past couple of years, through several workshops, and most recently through a very well-attended workshop, we've been giving the CPDC a lot of feedback on certain areas that need to be improved upon. And so just to mention the two that are that feel like the most critical, right, for me, the reason why I wrote this, are the lot massing and the setbacks for residential properties. So just a little bit of information here. Most people might not know that residential properties that are in the 40R overlay are actually non-conforming properties because of the downtown zoning being business B. So even though in the 40R bylaws, it does call for 15-foot setbacks on the side and the rear, it does not apply to the residential properties that are in the 40R. So I'm hoping that we can get these bylaws changed sooner rather than later, and that these 2 points will be addressed. And I guess I'd say thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion on the instructional motion. Mr. Mon.
Jamie Vaughn, Precinct 4. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Just a question. I'm not clear. Are you changing the setbacks to 15 feet? And if that's the case, what are they currently?
Ms. Brucolacchio.
Ms. Brucolacchio can raise your hand. There we go.
Sorry about that. Oh, I just did a really good explanation. I think I'm getting a little ahead of myself. I've never done an instructional motion before, but right now, their residential properties in 40R have the same setbacks as like a service station. It's 0. So, but in the bylaws for the 40R, residential zones are 15 feet. So what I'd like to see is just have it changed to say residential zone or residential property. Because what happened was people who had residential properties were very surprised to find out that they had no setback requirements in 40R.
Okay, Mr. Mon, are you all set?
If I could, is there, could Julie or Andrew or somebody comment on that? Is that correct, that there are no residential setbacks?
Do we have a response? None from the panelists. Okay, I guess we will move on then. Are you all set, Mr. Mon? Okay, is it Ms. Craven next? I've lost track.
Yes,
here.
it's Ms. Craven. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Craven?
I'm all set.
Oh, you're all set. Okay. Ms. Brooklacchio, did you have another comment, or is your
No,
hand?
I've left her there just so I
Oh,
can
just
find
a-
her.
oh,
Yeah.
Good enough.
Yeah. Michael Giacalone.
Mr. Giacalone?
Good evening. Michael Giacalone, Precinct 5. How was this 15-foot come to, like, what was the deciding factor to make it 15 feet? Was there any discussion with developers, any discussion with other town departments? Any idea how this is going to impact development? Or is this just some arbitrary number that was picked?
Ms. Brooklacchio?
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I have no idea, and I don't think that this is, I mean, that's what it is. I think that was something that the CPDC had worked out when they did this, but I hopefully Julie or Andrew or someone can comment, but I guess the point of this is just that when it comes to the time where we're actually going to change these, I just wanted everyone to be aware, because I don't think that people were aware of this when we approved these setbacks. So I don't know if 15 is the absolute number that everybody would want, but I'm just saying it would make sense to change it to include residential properties. I mean, these are really tiny. Most of these houses are on very small lots, but you know, I don't know the history of why 15 feet.
Okay, Mr. Berman says that he has potentially an answer for that. Mr. Berman?
Hold on. Go ahead, Mr. Berman.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Barry Berman, Precinct 4. I think I can add a little color on Mr. Mon's question and what Mrs. Braccolaccio is trying to do. Currently, right now in the 40, I believe that the 40R bylaws have a 15-foot setback for properties in a residential zone. The issue that brought up is that a lot of the houses, this is particularly around the old E-Mark site, are residential properties that are in a business B zone. So they're residential properties in a business zone. So by the bylaw as it's written now, there is no setback. So what I believe what Mrs. Braccolaccio is doing is trying to make it so that if there's a residential property, even if it's not in a residential zone, that there be a 15-foot setback. I believe that's the issue at hand.
Thank you. Further discussion?
All right, 1 second. Mr. Barnes.
Mr. Barnes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jonathan Barnes, Precinct 5. I thank Mr. Berman for that clarification, but I think it's really important for town meeting to understand what this means and what it's about, because this affects most of the residences that are within the area that we have now zoned as an overlay for the smart growth district. And Barry hit it right on the head. That entire area, or virtually all of that area that is within the downtown smart growth district, is a business B district. The area that is a residential district is around the perimeter of it. But the point about Ms. Brucolacchio's instructional motion, and this came up previously. In fact, I raised this when we agreed to extend years ago the downtown smart growth district into this exact area where Gould Street and Green Street are. I asked a question about how many residences were within that zone, that downtown smart growth district zone, but were not in a residential district. And there are many. I suspect most people in town meeting know this, but that area historically was a residential area decades, if not a century, before it became a business B district. So there are residential homes peppered throughout that entire area. And the difference is a very, very important one, because with respect to projects within that downtown smart growth district that are proposed that are directly abutting a residential property, if it isn't around the perimeter, and there are many that I'm describing, the setback, the side yard setback and the rear setback is literally 0. So that these new proposed structures, which are many times 3 and 4 stories tall, are literally allowed to be 0 feet from the property line, because the only requirement now is that it would only affect those residences that are in a residential zone. So this is definitely a difference that is critical to the residences that are in that area, many of which have been in that area since the early 1800s. So it's a very important change that this amendment is seeking to suggest to CPDC. And I strongly urge CPDC to consider it. And I strongly urge my fellow town meeting members to support this instructional motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion, Ms. Perry. Carrie Perry.
Go ahead, Carrie Perry.
I'd like to move the question. Precinct 6, Carrie Perry.
All right, there are 3 people in line.
Mr. Moderator, it's really just 2. One is Ms. Brucolacchio.
Oh, right. That's right. 2 left. Okay, this is non-debatable. Can we have a poll put up? All those in favor of ending debate, vote yes. Those opposed, vote no. And it requires a 2/3 vote. And the vote in the pack?
0 yes, 1 no.
Is the poll still up, or have you taken it down? Okay.
And we have 130 to 27, and we meet 2/3.
Vote being 130 in the affirmative, 27 in the negative, the motion carries and debate is ended. We will now move to a vote on the instructional motion. Again, I asked the poll to be put up. And you are now voting on the instructional motion. Do we have a vote in the pack?
1 yes, 0 no.
Ending the poll, it's 125 to 37.
The vote being 125 in the affirmative, 37 in the negative, the motion carries. We now move on to the 4th of 6 instructional motions, and this is from Mr. Sasso.
Okay, Mr. Sasso.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Sasser, Precinct 2.
just quickly before I start, I just want to offer a couple thoughts on this. I did actually I did send an updated instructional motion the next day, and I don't think it got in here, but basically it was just asking that we provide, the committee that I'm recommending provide a report of progress to fall town meeting and a final report to the annual town meeting. So I just want to make sure that we recognize that that would be something that if this instructional motion is approved and we do move forward with that, I would like to see those reports come back to town meeting.
Okay, we will take that as your main motion. Okay, continue.
Thank you. So I want to start by recognizing the point that Mr. Berman made on Thursday night. And I think the issue of family support and mental health requires each of us to consider what it is that we can do to improve the situation. And years ago, I was involved in writing and organizing the Reading Master Plan, a Reading Master Plan back in the 90s. And it was something that required us to solicit input from everybody in the community. And it brought together the many stakeholders in town to establish a vision, set priorities. And I think we need a similar approach here with mental health and family support. This isn't a new crisis. Prior to the pandemic, and I'm going to start talking about some of the public safety calls, they were already heading in the wrong direction. I put a slide together on this, but basically for point of reference, in 2017, and I'm just going to refer to mental health, we get a similar rise in family support, but the general mental health, suicide attempts and threats, section 12s are about 300 calls in 2017. There are a little over 400 calls in 2018, just shy of 500 calls in 2019, and up over 700 calls in 2020. So this isn't a new crisis, and the pandemic obviously exacerbated the issue, but it's not going to signify the end to these problems. So the good thing is I think we've recognized this and formalized support in the Reading Coalition. And I know the Reading Coalition was initially focused on substance abuse, but it does appear that it's at least been formally agreed to expand that role to include some of these other issues. And I think this is critical. So we really do need a coordinated approach to pull together and expand what seems to be disparate efforts across the town in the government and schools and even in our community. The positive piece, and I really do want to stress this, is that we are in fact doing stuff. We're doing a lot of stuff. The negative piece is that I don't think we're communicating it very effectively, and we really haven't moved the needle. In my research for this, I found a great piece that was actually put together by the coalition on support resources, but I really had to dig to find it. So I do think there's a lot more we can do, even in that simple area. We have a lot of opportunities for improvement. There have been work done, like for example, in the Senior Elder Affairs had a report done a few years ago, identifying a number of areas even within that area that could be improved to help support seniors in mental health. But it isn't clear in general what should be prioritized. We are thankful to have a community expertise and support to draw upon for our volunteer boards, committees, and commissions. But it's a limited resource pool and one that that cannot always meet the need. We heard at the very beginning of town meeting a request for somebody to come on board to the finance committee because of an opening there. So it's really important that we spend time up front and better assess and define the goals and objectives, the strategies, the tactics, define the measures of success that somebody had mentioned earlier. And I truly believe there are many things we can do that don't actually cost a lot of money, but are going to require a significant investment of time and resources. So we need to prioritize those. Addressing family support and mental health will most likely have a broad effect since threads of this run across many of the larger issues that we've seen. My personal belief is that I think our families are truly under attack from all sorts of stressors. When you ask who's the primary caregiver for mental health patients, it's the families. Domestic issues, that impacts the well-being of our entire community. And children in either of these situations, they don't always have the capacity to cope. Seniors are often left to fend for themselves, or they find themselves in the position of raising grandkids. We just don't know how to address these issues. And so we really have to figure out the best way to do that. I want to close by leaving you with one very last but very important thought. I did talk about statistics up front based on public safety calls, But by the time a public safety person is called to a situation, that's a crisis. And we really have to find a way to improve our support as a community and be more proactive. And that's where our priorities for funding should be focused. And I hope this instructional motion will provide us with insight into what those priorities should be and how we're going to accomplish that. Thank you very much.
Response from Mr. LaLasher.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think Mr. Sasso's efforts are spot on, but I just want to point out a complicating operational feature here. Mr. Sasso has mixed, if you will, staff with other volunteers. The select board have no ability to appoint non-resident staff to ad hoc committees, which would knock out quite a number of our staff that's on this list. So I'm not quite sure what to do about it. A friendly amendment might be that the select board deals with non-staff and appoints an ad hoc committee, and then I appoint staff, not to the ad hoc committee, but just to work with the ad hoc committee. This is a challenge we have sometimes when we'd like to reach out and get the best resources we have, but we can't always do it with non-residents in a formal ad hoc committee.
Mr. Sasso, do you have a response?
Go ahead, Mr. Sasso.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Sasso, Precinct 2. I'm certainly open to accept that as a friendly amendment. Obviously, I think the goal is that I think the select board needs to prioritize this. I wasn't even sure if really the ad hoc committee is the right approach, but we've certainly had different approaches over time to pull together staff and volunteers to address problems. And if it's staff advising a volunteer committee, I'm okay with that as well. But we need to, I think the goal in my mind is to have a group put together a plan and prioritize what it is we need to do and figure out how we can leverage resources across the entire community, both staff, town, and organizations. And if we have limitations in terms of residency, I know that's been an issue in the past. I think we address that however best we need to do that from a legal perspective.
Okay, thank you. I think you're accepting the concept as a friendly amendment. It's really all we need.
Yes. Further discussion?
Jean Thomas's.
Ms. Thomas's.
I wanted to speak to Sarah's issue.
Oh, okay. We have completed on that, so we will move on. Ms. Zimlak?
Sorry, my hand was up. Nancy Zimlak, Precinct 5. My hand was up for the previous motion.
Okay.
Sorry.
No problem. Next is Ms. Sanfi.
Hi, Michelle Sanfi, Precinct 6. I know it's late, so I'll be really brief, but just a friendly suggestion for the future that perhaps it would be more appropriate for this to be run in conjunction with or under the supervision of the Board of Health, because mental health is more of a health issue. And not that I think this is intended in any way, but the Reading Coalition was formed for substance abuse, and not all mental health issues involve substance abuse. So just kind of looking at that from a different perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Damon?
Go ahead, Mr. Mon.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I also will be very brief. I fully support this amendment. I think it's a wonderful idea, and I'm glad that Mr. Sasso came up with it. Just a question. The motion begins with instruct the select board to appoint. Does that mean if this passes that the select board is obligated to appoint this committee?
These are all instructional motions are advisory and they are non-binding.
So the select board, if this passes, the select board then understands town meeting wants them to do it, but they're not obligated to do it, correct?
Correct, correct.
Thank you very much.
Seeing no further discussion, we are ready for the vote on the instructional motion. If I could have the poll put up. And do we have a vote in the pack?
PAC vote was 1 yes, 0 no.
Ending poll, Mr. Moderator, we have 125 to 27.
The vote being 125 in the affirmative, 27 in the negative, the motion carries. We move on to the 5th of 6 instructional motions, and this is from Ms. Binda.
Go ahead, Ms. Binda.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Angela Binda, Precinct 5. This is an instructional motion to the bylaws committee, the town moderator, town clerk, or any and all appropriate BCCs or departments. 1, town meeting members who have not attended the required number of sessions to be in good standing for 2 years in a row shall be automatically removed from town meeting, and a replacement shall be voted in by the precinct. And 2, the town clerk shall publish attendance records of all town meeting members following the sunny day closing of town meetings, and the town clerk shall publish prior to town meeting member election the attendance records of the 3-year term of town meeting members who are running for election. So these are, it's an instructional motion. It is the details haven't been worked out, and I would expect if it were taken up that committee would do that. But what I would like to see is automatic removal for town meeting members who have missed 2 out of 3 years of a term. And it would be automatic. It would allow for the appointment or election in April. And it would be unlike the mechanism we have right now for 1-year absence, where no decision is, a decision can be made by town meeting. This would not preclude any member from running who's been removed from running again. That town meeting member would not have the advantage of being an incumbent. There have been a few people over the past few years who have been on that list that we just went through for more than 1 year for 2 years out of a 3-year term. And it's not a judgment. There are many reasons why people aren't able to attend. There are very legitimate reasons why someone is unable to attend. But I just think that if you're not able to attend for 2 out of your 3-year term, then you shouldn't be attending town meeting. And there are just too many people who want to participate. And we saw that especially this year where we had so many people wanting to attend. So again, if you're able to do it at another time, you're free to run again, you just wouldn't be an incumbent. And the second part of it is, I think it's important to have a formal process for the removal, and also for citizens of the town to know whether or not the people that they elect are actually attending. I think that people would be surprised to find out that somebody that they've elected missed a year of meetings or missed 2 years of meetings. So I think it's about information. It's about fairness to the people who elect you, and it's about giving the people who didn't get elected the opportunity to participate if someone, even if they have a very legitimate reason, if they are not able to attend.
Okay, I think we have a comment by the town council, Ms. Freed.
Eva Freed, town council. Mr. Moderator, I understand that this is an instructional motion, but I just wanted to clarify for the town meeting that section 2.6 of the town's charter specifies the removal process for town meeting members that have failed to attend 1/2 or more of the total town meeting sessions within a 1 year. And in order to automatically remove town meeting members as suggested by this instructional motion, that would require an amendment to the charter.
Thank you.
Do we have a review of the charter coming up soon?
Maybe.
I believe it's next year. Do we have a confirmation of that? 2022.
So is that the bylaws committee or is there a special charter committee or?
It's a special charter review committee.
Okay, so could it go to a bylaws committee and then to a charter committee? Can I still make a recommendation then to the charter committee?
You can still make the motion, and then just as long as people know what the result could be. I mean,
okay.
Yes. Okay, and let's see, where were we? Did we have a point of order, or was that something else? Hold on.
Yes, Mr. Moderator. Bob has a question, has a comment.
Okay, Mr. LaLacheur, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm really just speaking on point 2. You know, transparency is great, and it's easy enough for Laura to do this. I would be a little concerned, though, that Laura wouldn't have the ability that a precinct would of asking questions of a member as to what their absences were. And without knowing what the absences were, to just publish a list would seem to be somewhat incomplete. So I think maybe if this goes through a process through the bylaw committee and the charter committee, that might be okay. But I really think the precinct plays a key role here that staff probably shouldn't play.
Thank you. Further discussion, Mr. Mon?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jamie Mon, Precinct 4, and I support this. And even if, as town council points out, the removing members would be a change in the charter, I think we can still proceed without delay for publishing of attendance. I think it is important, and I'm curious how Ms. Benda was able to find out the attendance of those people she mentions in the background, because I've been unable to find out the attendance of town meeting members.
I just went back. I keep my warrants. So, you know, some people might see who attended for 1 year, but I go back and I check warrants and see if the person has been attending for 2 years or 3 years to see whether or not this person who isn't in attendance. So it's just by checking the old warrants.
I understand. Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion, Mr. Pacino.
Go ahead, Mr. Pacino.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Phil Pacino, Precinct 5, and a former chair of the bylaw committee, chair for life, actually, I used to call myself because I was on so long. I commend and I support Ms. Bender on this motion, on this instructional motion. I know as the bylaw committee for many years, myself and the late George Theophanis, who was a member of that committee, struggled with basically the removal of members. What you see now is, you know, what George came up with originally. And I'm almost concerned that we seem to see the same people year after year sometimes. And I think that if you can't attend for 2 years and you don't attend this thing, you should be removed. You know, in this last election, you know, I know in Precinct 5, we had an overabundance of people. And I was fearful that I would lose, actually, if you want to know the truth. So I really think that, you know, this is a good idea. Again, this is a structural motion. It's not, you know, it's just the idea of throwing it out and sending it over to the bylaw committee and putting to the charter committee to look at this and come up with some way to actually remove people if they don't attend for 2 years. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, there's a point of order in the chat.
Point of order in the chat. What is the point of order? Is attendance is not in the motion. Actually, I believe it is. The last line of part 2, and the town clerk shall publish prior to a town meeting. It's moving on me here. the attendance
Section 2.
record in the 3 years of the term of all town meeting members who are running. Okay, further discussion?
Mr. Barnes.
Mr. Barnes.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jonathan Barnes, Precinct 5. I endorse and support this instructional motion as well. Again, I think it's important that the town meeting, even though it is something that would have to perhaps require an amendment to the town charter, having it go to the bylaw committee is an important first step. And supporting this motion by town meeting members to ask the bylaw committee to do this reflects the support of the elected officials of this town. So I think it would be important. I also think it's what's most important. This, as Angela said, this is not necessarily a reflection of the reasons why an individual may or may not be able to attend town meeting. That is not as important as the fact that they haven't attended at least half of the meetings. And this would not be in 1 year, this would be in 2 years. And the reason why that is important is that it is to not attend town meetings in a 2-year period, over 50% of the meetings, is an incredible disservice to the people that we represent, regardless of the reason why we may or may not be able to make the meetings. And I think for the sake of properly reflecting the needs of the people that we represent, this is an important motion. Thank you.
Hey, Ms. Doctor.
Nancy Doctor, Precinct 1. I'm actually also in support of this, and just as a follow-up to our town manager's concern about disclosing or giving excuses for not attending, I don't believe that any of our state or federal elected officials, when they miss a vote, actually give us reasons for that. So I'm in full support of the transparency, regardless of the reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Who is next? I'm not sure.
Mr. Giacalone.
Mr. Giacalone. Okay, thank you. Mr. Giacalone.
Yes, Michael Giacalone, Precinct 5. I'm a little confused about this. Don't we already have a process in place to have the precincts police their people when they've been missing meetings? I'm a little concerned about automatically removing people without due process and deciding why they've missed meetings and so on. I mean, certainly if someone is not attending, they shouldn't be included. We just voted on something to have a person removed who hasn't been attending for whatever that length of time was. So I'm a little concerned about having something done automatically without what I consider to be due process. And as far as I'm concerned, if our precincts are in charge of voting on their members who aren't attending, I again don't understand the need for this automatic clause.
Further discussion?
And I also want to say I like that point that Mr. LaLasha made about publishing the attendance without reasons. It could give wrong impressions to people.
Okay, Ms. Laterio.
Ms. Laterio. Go ahead.
Okay, I am definitely not in favor of publishing the names of people who attend or who do not attend. We're all volunteers here, and public shaming, this could turn into public shaming. I also agree with Mr. Giacalone in his assessment. We already have a process whereby the precinct itself can have access. People in our precinct can make phone calls, or they can check on a person to see a wellness check to see if they've had a medical problem. And we have the process. We should have due process. And I would strongly not support this amendment or this suggestion at all. Thank you.
Mr. Brown, your hand has gone up and down. Do you wish to speak?
Oh, let me call him Mr. Brown. Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. As a longest serving town meeting member, this is I personally see no need of this. I see no need of it in the charter. Select Act holding 13 meetings a year. And I don't even see the reason why we should throw anybody out if they can't come. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion, Mr. Arena.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. A couple of thoughts. It sounds like the intention here is to remove an individual in the year they might be elected following 2 years of non-participation. That gives rise to the circumstance where somebody duly elected in the precinct is removed by individuals not in the precinct. And it strikes me there's an asymmetry there. We have due process and we have a right to elect our appointed officials, and we're the best judges of whether or not they're the candidate. With all due respect, not town meeting members, not in our precinct. I think the second point is unless and until there is a vehicle like Zoom to allow remote participation for those who travel or for those who can't attend in person, it's really hard to condemn somebody who, for whatever reason, can't make it in person into the building. Zoom has many of its detractors and complaints, but one of its massive advantages is you can attend anywhere. And that helps remove some of the reasons people may, and in certain cases, can't attend. So you're really holding people accountable for things that are outside of their control. Lastly, I just think there's an element of, frankly, arrogance wrapped up in this, that somehow town meeting's judgment is superior to that of the precinct. And that's really not the role of town meeting. There's a recourse here. You all went through it this evening. If you don't like it, you can vote the individual in and out. It's already visible. It's already on RCTV. It's already public. Such a recourse exists. I don't see a need for double secret probation for people that have a problem that for whatever reason can't participate. I understand the reasoning and I understand the principle, and I'm accepting that there are those things that occur. I just don't think the penalty is due the crime.
Okay, Ms. Hillary.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jennifer Hillary, Precinct 7. Angela, thank you for bringing this instructional motion. I have been contemplating a lot the precinct rules regarding attendance, and it was actually part of Precinct 7's precinct meeting to discuss the rules relative to attendance and whether they may need some conversations about whether they should be tweaked. I do feel that part 2, I feel very comfortable supporting part 2. I see no reason why the voters of Reading shouldn't have access to attendance records. And for me, this does go a little bit hand in hand with a later instructional motion, because there's really 2 ways that the voters can evaluate their town meeting representatives, or 2 major ways, I should say. One is attendance, and one is how they vote on issues. So I do believe publishing attendance records is appropriate. I am hesitant with the first part of this motion, and that is, again, because 2 years is 2/3 of a town meeting member's term. They will only be on town meeting 1 more year, theoretically, before they come before their precinct again for election. And perhaps it is best for the voters of that precinct to look at the attendance records, to possibly look at voter records and make a determination for themselves whether that town meeting member is worthy of gaining their vote again. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Sanfie.
Go ahead, Ms. Sanfie.
Thank you, Michelle Sanfie. Sorry about that, Michelle Sanfie, Precinct 6. I wanted to echo Mrs. Hillary's comments. I'm a little bit hesitant about number 1, but I fully support the public record of attendance of all town meeting members. also how we vote. I think it's really important for all members of our community to have access to that. And I think the attendance will actually be very helpful in the precinct meetings when they go through the current process right now in terms of how we manage absence. Thank you.
Mr. Herrick.
Go ahead, Mr. Herrick.
Yes, Steve Herrick, Precinct 8. Yeah, I strongly support this instructional motion by Ms. Binda. I believe that it's a privilege and a responsibility to serve on town meeting. And, you know, we kind of live in, those of us who have been on town meeting for any number of years, kind of live in our own little bubble. We're very involved. We kind of know who's here, who's not here. We track things pretty closely. But for the average Readingite, we may be stunned to believe they're kind of distant from a lot of town politics. They don't pay that close attention. And I think when people go to vote the next time they see the incumbent, they say, oh, that guy's been there for a while. I recognize him. I think I know which house he lives in. You're more inclined to vote for that person. And I do think that there should be some accountability here. There are legitimate reasons why being a town meeting member is not for everybody. Some people have very busy jobs. They have, you know, maybe a demanding family life. Maybe they've got houses in different states that they're constantly traveling to. There may be any number of reasons. They could have poor health. There any number of reasons why they may not be able to make meetings on a regular basis. They may just have a lack of interest in the role that they've been elected to fill. But I believe that this is not a judgment on those people, but they're taking up a spot that really, that there are a lot of other people in town that should be involved. We go out of our way. We've had discussions in this forum to discuss how to increase interest, how to increase the involvement of the residents in this exercise. And this is not judgmental or trying to be harsh, but if somebody can't make town meeting, if it's too much for them, I think, you know, people in the precinct are reluctant to recommend we kick somebody out because maybe they've seen them around and they know who this person is. But I think if there's a mechanism, they are free to run again, tell their constituents, you know, here are the reasons I couldn't go. I promise I'm going to go next time. I support it. I support both parts of this. And I hope that the bylaw committee and the charter committee do look into this and take it seriously. And I'm more than happy to stand behind my my attendance record. Thank you.
Hello, sure.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just wanted to make sure my comments on the second part were clear. I may have either not been heard correctly or not spoken correctly. I have no objection to a fact-based presentation of attendance. What an earlier speaker had indicated was that the town clerk might have an opportunity to cross into areas I don't think are appropriate, which is to ask about health issues, family emergencies, work travel, or even hear them when they're offered. If it's just a fact-based thing, you know, let it go. But I just don't want staff to get into the area where the precinct meetings would, which is to hear the full story. Thank you.
Ms. Downing.
Hi, thank you. Yes, I'm a little bit torn about this motion. I think I agree with others that part one seems to be something that we don't need given the charter. And one of the things that concerns I have with attendance, I mean, look at, we're here tonight on an extra night of town meeting that wasn't planned. I know of, there are members who maybe could not make it tonight, could not get their night off from work because there are people who work nights. I know there's somebody in my precinct who is a nurse who works nights, and they could not predict in advance that this town meeting was going to run tonight. For all I know, it's going to run again till Thursday if we don't finish tonight. And so those would be nights not counted for attendance. If we have a meeting, and this happened to me a few years ago where I had to miss a night due to illness, and it was also a night with a special town meeting in it, so it counted as 2 meetings. So those kinds of things can add up to people, with people, and I just think it's a kind of a harsh standard. And the other question I had, it isn't part of this motion, I don't think, but people are talking about wanting accountability for every vote. Are we all saying that we want every vote to be a roll call vote? Because I don't know how you know how any individual votes other than
Ms.
that.
Downing, that subject, I believe, is coming up in the next instructional motion.
Okay, so I guess I would support part of this motion. I don't have a problem with, I guess, publishing attendance, assuming there's some context like the town manager said, but I think we should leave the process to removal for the charter and also just be concerned that, as we're seeing this year, town meetings sometimes can run an unpredictable number of nights, and that's going to affect attendance. Thank you.
Mr. Cool.
Go ahead, Mr. Cool.
Thank you. Mr. Moderator, I agree with the comments of Mr. Arena, Ms. Laterio, and a couple of other folks before them. I guess first I have a question. Are checklists kept by the town from the in-person town meetings? And could a person go to the clerk's office, for example, and say, I'd like to know who attended a particular town meeting?
Do we have a response from the
Mr.
council?
Moderator, I keep track of attendance, and anybody can come and ask at any time. It can also be requested as a public records request for the attendance of any particular town meeting member.
Okay, that's good to know. So I'd like to say that in part, word gets around about who attends and who does not. And instead of penalizing people who are unable to attend for work issues such as a lengthy commute or travel or the need for child care, which can be tough, illness and such, and thereby penalizing those who voted for them, I suggest we consider making Zoom a means of attending future meetings once we do have in-person meetings available. And I think that the vast majority of Reading residents run for town meeting with a serious purpose. I don't think they do it for the prestige of being a town meeting member. So those are my thoughts on it, and thank you.
One quick point, the Zoom meeting is only allowed under the current state of emergency, although that could change in the future. Further discussion, one from the pack, Mr. Horn.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Bernie Horn, Precinct 1. In general, I support the concept of this. I guess the concern I have is that in the first point of this, a replacement shall be voted in by the precinct at a specially held precinct meeting to avoid delay in seating a new member. I guess my concern here is that you could have, let's say, a 7-member precinct cohort, and the last two or three of that cohort might be elected by a smaller number of members of the precinct, but that gives them representation. However, if the member is removed and the members of the precinct so designate the next member, that could be a misrepresented group of people, installing somebody to their liking, which would necessarily preclude the smaller number of people who kind of got in at the end. So I guess if I were to make a friendly amendment here, I would just say that, and a replacement shall be voted at the next town election. That way it avoids this kind of stacking the deck in favor of maybe a majority of people in a precinct while excluding a minority number. I don't know if that would be acceptable to Angela. Thank you.
If Ms. Binder is okay, we will accept it. Otherwise, we will take a vote on that. Ms. Binder?
Angela Binder, thank you. Yes, that's fine. As I said, these are general guidelines. I would leave it up to the bylaws committee and a charter committee to decide how this works and how the election works. It's not about the details. It's about the idea that if someone is unable to attend, and again, not a judgment, but if somebody can't attend for 2 years in a row, then they should be automatically removed. That's the broader point. Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
I would accept that, or if we don't need to vote on the amendment, we can just send it to the bylaws committee and charter committee, doesn't matter.
Thank you. Mr. Bonazoli?
And second. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Bonazoli.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. James Bonzoli, Precinct 6. I move the question.
Okay, that is non-debatable. We will go straight to a vote. If I could have the poll put up, it requires a 2/3 vote.
Mr. Moderator, there are 6 people waiting with their hand up.
There you go.
Thank you very much. And the vote at the PAC?
1 yes, 0 no.
Mr. Moderator, ending the poll. It's 125 yes and 26 no.
Vote being 125 in the affirmative and did you say 6?
26.
26 in the negative. The motion carries and the question has been moved. We will now move directly to a vote on the proposed instructional motion. Can I have a poll? We are now voting on the motion. And can we have a vote in the PAC?
0 yes, 1 no.
Ending the poll. It's 65 yes, 88 no.
Vote being 65 in the affirmative and 88 in the negative, the motion does not carry. We are now up to our 6th and final instructional motion. Ms. Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Teresa Wiggins, Precinct 8. In short, this instructional motion asks the town moderator, town clerk, bylaws committee, and other town staff as appropriate to look into electronic voting as a means to update, potentially improve our voting process and voting rules, which for a point of reference can be found under section 2.2.1, Rule 13. For members who are new and have not yet attended an in-person town meeting, and for those of us who may not readily remember the before times, voting in person is done by show of hands, much like we do in Zoom, when a counted vote is not required. When a count is required, members are asked to stand and counters move up and down the aisles in the PAC to count how many in the affirmative, and then the procedure is repeated for the no votes. Finally, if a roll call is asked for or required, each member is called by name and their vote is recorded manually. In other Massachusetts communities, electronic voting is typically done by each member being assigned a remote control style handheld device in order to cast their votes. For virtual meetings, electronic voting could be done using Zoom capabilities. According to my research, there are approximately 13 towns, which comprise about 1/3 of the towns who use representative town meeting like we do, that currently use electronic voting. These towns include Amherst, Auburn, Belmont, Billerica, Brookline, Chelmsford, Dedham, Falmouth, Framingham, Lexington, Manchester, and Milford. I was relying solely on town websites. I certainly may have missed some towns, but nonetheless, electronic voting is being adopted by more towns over time. Electronic voting has many advantages, including making town meeting more efficient, improving accuracy of vote counts, and improving transparency of our process. However, we cannot and obviously should not adopt electronic voting without a proper vetting of the process. And that's why this instructional motion just asks that the named staff and the bylaws committee do three things. One, consider the use of electronic protocol at any town meeting, whether virtual or in person. Two, consider the circumstances under which electronic voting could or should be utilized. So it's not automatic for, you know, that group would help us, would help determine together the proper use of it. And three, the inclusion of a clause for town meeting voting protocol during fully or partially remote town meetings, so that all of our voting protocols would be in the bylaws for virtual or partially remote town meetings. I do hope you'll consider voting for this instructional motion, which would allow the bylaws committee, in collaboration with other town staff named in the motion, to consider electronic voting, suggest appropriate changes to the bylaw, and report back to this body at subsequent town meeting. Thank you for your time and consideration.
First, I just want to say we did have a questioning of the quorum, but we have plenty of people. We're about 50 over the quorum right now. Next, Mr. LaLacheur would like to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'd like to ask Teresa, and I may have missed it because I had to step next door to speak to our technology staff. Was your intent to be able to identify town meeting member votes? So, you know, yes, no, for instance, or just to have an electronic means to capture votes?
Ms. Wiggins?
One moment, Ms. Wiggins. Go ahead.
Sorry. Thank you. My intent is to have you, along with other, you know, named staff and the bylaws committee, determine what is best for town meeting. Electronic voting can be used as a simple up-down vote, but it'd be more efficient. It can be used in place of roll call, so it can capture who votes how, and that can be done for any and all votes. It can be done for some. So that wasn't what I would like, is to have electronic voting be vetted and looked into.
Okay, thank you. The term electronic voting really might be misunderstood now in the age of Zoom. Town meeting members from a few years ago might remember we passed out handheld devices where members could vote. We asked a few survey questions. We didn't actually vote on articles because that needs to go into the charter. But those are all anonymous. We don't know. We know how many, but we don't know who. Zoom has brought out the lack of an anonymity where you can actually capture who did what. So I just want to advise that the towns that use electronic voting, by and large, to my understanding, it's all anonymous. So if there's some desire to have roll call through electronic, that's a whole different thing. And Zoom clearly does that well. I'm not aware of other technology that does. I imagine it's out there though.
May I?
Wiggins?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mr. LaLacheur, yes, there are several towns that do use electronic voting to capture individual votes, and then they post them on their website. Off the top of my head, I believe it's Lexington is one example, but many of the towns I looked into did use it in that way.
Thank you.
Further discussion, Mr. Brown?
Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
I am not going to vote for this article. I think it's intrusion someplace along the line, so therefore I will not vote for it. Thank you.
Mr. Arena?
One moment. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Arena.
The proposed motions suggests in bullet 1 and bullet 3, but doesn't explicitly ask for a remote participation policy. It would, I wonder if the maker would accept a friendly amendment to include a provision for remote participation at all town meetings, or at least, you know, the subsequent and primary town meetings.
We could ask her. I think that she had answered that, but Ms. Wiggins, do you have a response?
Yes, so I would be happy to accept that. So as long as I'm understanding, it would be that to allow for people to continue attending remotely. Is that correct?
Correct, but it would require the use of a remote participation policy and a means to do that for every town meeting.
Yeah, I actually really like that friendly amendment. So thank you.
Okay, we will accept that as part of the main motion. Keep in mind, these are advisory.
Yep.
Let's see, Mr. Giacalone.
Michael Giacalone, Precinct 5. I'm actually not opposed to the electronic voting thing. I think if we're an elected body, just about any elected body, I think we see in the government, the votes are recorded. So I actually don't have a problem with that. I would hope that someday when we get back to in-person meetings, Mr. LaLasher indicated we had use of electronic devices at one time. I know my kids in their classes at college have had these clicker type things, and we should probably be able to engage that type of technology as long as we can figure out how to assign the clickers to each town meeting member, and it will make things go, I would hope, much more efficient. At one point, I had spoken out against a roll call vote that we had taken because of the process, and said we should make every vote a roll call vote, because I don't know why any vote is more or less important than any other. And I think it would just eliminate that whole thing, and you just record every single vote every single time, and we're done. So I don't have a problem with this, and I like Mr. Arena's idea about allowing Zoom so that people can attend at any time, at anywhere.
Further discussion, Mr. Berman.
Go ahead, Mr. Berman.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Barry Berman, Precinct 4. Actually, Bob had asked some of the question that I was going to ask. And so, but I guess though, without having a clause in there that basically states that the electronic voting will capture how people voted, and that voting then will be published. All this motion really does is save time, because you don't have to do the standing calls. You know, we can get through votes quicker. I'm not opposed to that. Clearly, I don't think anybody in this body would be opposed to making the meeting shorter. But I think the real guts of what would make this an impactful motion is the transparency part, which is basically we have the technology, we can press the button, and I think that information needs to get publicized after town meeting on how people voted, so that people understand how their neighbors and their representatives are voting. This doesn't have that in there. It's leaving it up to the bylaws committee and other town staff to kind of come up with that. I think town meeting needs to weigh in on whether or not they support that notion. And, you know, I don't know if it needs to be make an amendment to that, but, you know, without that, this is really, to me, not all that interesting, right? What makes it interesting is I want to be able to use the electronic tech. I want to use the technology and have that published. And this motion is not written that way. So.
Okay, Mr. Struble.
Go ahead, Mr. Struble.
Thank you. Jeff Struble, Precinct 7, and also a member of the bylaw committee, but I'm talking as a precinct member now. I'm going to ask Ms. Wiggins if she'd accept the friendly amendment, and here's my explanation for that. What you're doing here essentially is, I think, trying to bring us into the 21st century somewhat by using the technology that's available that we've all been witness to these last couple of virtual town meetings. That be applied, you know, generally to all town meetings going forward. That essentially is a description of the operation of town meeting. That is almost, well, not exclusively, but that's part and parcel of the reason the Rules Committee exists, is to discuss the the management and the operation of town meeting. I would. The amendment would be, if in your list of committees up there, perhaps after the bylaw, it's bylaw committee, singular, by the way, before or after, you would add the rules committee, I can see us having joint meetings about this, talking about how to go forward with it, but they really should be included in this as being part of the decision-making as to whether or not this should be part of future town meetings and the operation of it. So I put that to you as a friendly amendment and see what you think.
Before taking that, as chair of the Rules Committee, I will point out that that is on our agenda for the next meeting. But Ms. Wiggins, is that okay with you to add that?
Yes, that is okay with me to add that. And Mr. Moderator, may I address the other question about getting more teeth into this about how electronic voting should be used?
Yep.
Or no?
Go ahead.
Okay. I would always opt personally in terms of more transparency rather than not. In my research, many of the towns used it in both fashions. So simple hand raises were used, or even voice vote were used for some of the articles, and then electronic voting was for many others. So I just felt that I felt comfortable trusting our committees that really are able to look into the pros and cons and the appropriate, town hall staff. So that was my reasoning, although I totally agree that more transparency is better.
Ms. Sanfie.
Go ahead, Ms. Sanfie.
Hi, Michelle Sanfie, Precinct 6. I just wanted to make a friendly amendment to add whatever way this conversation goes in terms of if it passes to the Laws Rules Committee, that the idea of a public record is put in there in the language that goes to them. I was listening to Mr. Berman, and I really, really like the idea of transparency and public records, but I do see the absence of the word public records. I think the possibility of the virtual opportunities to attend in the future is something also that I would support wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Ms. Wiggins, do we have a response?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Teresa Wiggins. I just want to make sure I understand, is the friendly amendment to add that making the votes public record should be considered?
Yes, that's exactly what I mean.
Okay, yes, I'm good with that. Look at all these friendly amendments. How fun.
I hope we can keep them in order because
lots of friends.
They're not tracked the same way as a regular article would be. Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Alicia Williams, Precinct 8. I have a couple points. First, personally, I really love the character and charm that is our town meeting with the hand raise. And once we're all back in person, I would hate to lose the ability to see if you're with or against the majority vote. I personally find it one of my favorite parts of town meeting. Second, would the technology we're using cost us anything? And I think I'd like to get more information before this went to the bylaws committee and went further. I think I'd want to know, what does this technology cost? This seems more like a want than a need, and I just would want to watch the budget. And third, our major town boards, they all have their votes very public. We're all elected officials. So I waffle on should the votes be public, but if we decide to go that way, I would really, really hope that town meeting could come up with some sort of code of conduct that would be in place, that people would need to be very careful with the information and not, hate to use the word weaponize it, but weaponize it. So thank you.
Okay, further discussion, Mr. Mon.
Hold on 1 second. All right, Mr. Mon.
Amy Mon, Precinct 4. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Maybe I misunderstood, but I thought it was not up to the town of Reading to decide to continue with Zoom or remote town meetings, that that was a decision only in an emergency and would have to be state action to make that permanent.
That is correct. That is correct. And I actually made that point earlier. It only applies during the state of emergency.
So Mr. Arena's friendly amendment then is really outside of our control, and although it might be good to discuss it, we could have no influence on that.
Correct. It doesn't preclude town meeting from voting on it, but it does. It cannot be done by the charter change or bylaw right now.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cool.
Go ahead, Mr. Cool.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Stephen Cool, Precinct 6. This may remind some of us of the so-called efficiencies and advantages of mail-in ballots and the resulting problems. But in any case, I think that whatever so-called inefficiencies our current in-person meeting system has, which I believe are well understood and easily addressed, will be replaced by a new set of inefficiencies, such as the cost of the devices, people finding that their handheld vote devices don't work during a meeting, people will drop and break them, someone has to check and replace and charge batteries, they'll need to be replaced simply because of all the handling. A number of people won't trust the results, especially when votes are close. Our Zoom meetings have proceeded efficiently, thanks to Alan and others, but I'd say that they've gone at about the same pace as in-person meetings. So in my view, the added burden of adding technology to the mix we have outweighs their advantages. So thank you.
Okay, next is Mr. Reichart.
Go ahead, Mr. Reichart.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jim Reichart, Precinct 1. I asked to move the motion.
Okay, the question has been, we motion to move the question, which is
Move the question.
Yeah, that's fine. It's non-debatable and requires a 2/3 vote. Can I have a poll put up?
Mr. Moderator, we have two people in line, just so you know.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
And do we have a vote in the pack?
1 yes, 0 no.
Ending the poll, Mr. Moderator, we have 126 yes and 15 no.
Vote be 126 in the affirmative, 15 in the negative. The motion to move the question has passed. We will now proceed directly to a vote on the instructional motion. Although we have a poll put up, thank you very much. And do we have a vote in the pack?
0 yes, 1 no.
Ending the poll, Mr. Moderator, we have 75 yes and 66 no.
Vote being 75 in the affirmative, 66 in the negative. The motion carries. We have now reached the end of the business at this town meeting, so the moderator calls on the chair of the select board, Ms. Herrick, for a motion to adjourn sine die. Ms. Herrick?
Go ahead.
Moderator, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, we have a motion to adjourn this town meeting sine die. Is there a second? Second. We will use a show of hands for this. All those in favor of adjourning sine die, please raise your hand.
We have 132 yes.
Okay, and now we'll lower the hands and we'll take a no vote.
One moment. I'll lower all the hands. There we go. All right.
And those opposed? None appearing. The vote is 132 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. This town meeting stands adjourned, signing aye. Good night, everyone.
Good night, Mr. Moderator.